And welcome to the 2023 Ozark Foothills Conference Softball Tournament, live here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. I am Sean Mannon with you live here from McLane Park in Poplar Bluff, Missouri. We are ready for some softball action as the Ozark Foothills Conference Softball Tournament is getting ready to kick off. We're going to have two games for you today, live right here on Facebook and on YouTube. We'd like to bring you all three, but since the way they're doing it this year, we're going to have two games going at the same time. So we're going to be keeping an eye out on the game that's going on beside us, but we will be bringing you right here the number 3 seed Twin Rivers Lady Royals taking on the number 6 seed Naylor Lady Eagles. That's going to be the game we're going to have live for you. After this game, we're going to bring you the number 4 seed Clearwater Lady Tigers versus the number 5 seed Greenville Lady Bears. The number 2 seed Neelyville is hosting East Carter in the field right next to us. That game will also start at 4:30. We're going to try to be peeking over our shoulder at the scoreboard every now and then, give you updates as that game goes on to how that is going. But we're going to take a quick break here. Just want to stop by, say hi. When we come back, we're going to have the starting lineups for both Naylor and Twin Rivers as we're getting ready to start the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament live right here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. All right, we are back here from McLane Park in Poplar Bluff. We are just about 10 minutes away from the first pitch here in the first quarterfinal of the Ozark Foothills Conference Softball Tournament. It'll be Twin Rivers versus Neelyville. Have we're going for tomorrow. Before we get to tomorrow, though, we got to have a look at today's games. Our starting lineups for Naylor Lady Eagles versus the Twin Rivers Lady Royals. We're going to start with Naylor, who as the lower seed will be the away team. Naylor, the 6th seed entering the tournament, is going to lead off with number 22, Zoe Sprouse, playing second base. She'll be followed by number 24, Destiny Thomas, pitching. Number 13, Harley Sullivan is the catcher for the Naylor Lady Eagles. Batting fourth, number 23, Chloe Mitchell at shortstop. Batting fifth will be number 14, Haley Sullivan at first base. Batting sixth will be Peyton Hopkins at third base, number 5. Batting seventh will be number 4, Michaela Wheatley in center field. Number 8 will be number 7, Gracie Rule in right field. And finishing off the lineup for the Naylor Lady Eagles will be number 16, Alexis Holcomb, out in left field. Moving to the Twin Rivers Lady Royals, they're going to be led off with by number 8, Maddie Hockersmith. She's the designated player or designated hitter for today. Flexing for the Lady Royals will be number 21, Mika Kirkman. She will also be in center field today. Batting second, number 32, Ann Middlestat. She's in left field. Batting third for Twin Rivers, number 3, Charlie Johnson. She's in shortstop. Batting fourth, be number 10, Alexis Parson for the Lady Royals. She is also taking the mound for Twin Rivers today. Batting fifth, number 23, Emma Vansel. She's at first base. I know her mom's in the stands today. I talked to her a little bit. She's real excited about what's going to be going on today. Batting sixth, number 25, Gracie Suter. She's at second base. Batting seventh, number 4, Reese Krisman. She's at third base. Batting eighth, number 25, Layla Tompkins catching, and then batting ninth in right field, number 15, Addison Whitlow. Those are your starting lineups for today. Again, the pitching matchups will be Destiny Thomas for Naylor taking on Alexis Parson for Twin Rivers, as Parson will be the one to start off the game here in just a few minutes, as both managers are having a quick discussion with their teammates before we get started. I'll see one of the umps kind of talking over with the Naylor manager, getting everything ready to go, make sure lineups are all correct before they do the customary lineup exchange here before we start the game. And before we get started, we want to thank everyone for joining us. We also want to thank some of our great sponsors for allowing us to bring you this fantastic tournament this year. That includes Christian Automotive and Tire, J.W. Walker and Sons Recycling, First Choice Insurance, Senator Jason Bean, Russians Towing, Liberty Utilities, Barker's Towing and Automotive, Black River Shooting Supplies, Scott Law Firm, Mossy Oak Properties, Stan Bader, White Sanders Funeral Home, Colton's, Cornell Trucking, Farm Credit, Hester Trucking, K&A Roofing, White's Truck Repair, Southern Care and Comfort, and Redneck Garage. Big thanks to all the sponsors. Like I said earlier, we could not do this without them. We were hoping the wind was going to stay away, and it looked like it was for a second, but now wind is kicking up a bit. So again, if you hear any kind of wind on the microphones, I apologize about that. Just kind of a side effect. We're here in this fantastic stadium here at McLane Park here in Poplar Bluff, but it does create a little bit of a wind tunnel effect because we're kind of right in the middle. So we're going to hopefully, the wind will stay away. The sun is behind some clouds, so it makes great viewing. Be sure and like, share, comment, tell us where you're watching from, tell us who you're rooting for. We are about 7 minutes away from the start of action here at the OFC Softball Tournament. We're going to take another quick break. When we come back, we're going to have first pitch for you live right here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Welcome back to Poplar Bluff, Missouri, McLane Park, as the Twin Rivers Lady Royals have taken the field, getting their last warm-ups in. Alexis Parson on the mound for the Lady Royals. She is getting her warm-up pitches going just as we're about to get started here at the OFC Softball Tournament. Game number one. Again, we are also watching the Neelyville East Carter game, which is going on right behind us. Any kind of big updates happen from that game, we'll let you know. Of course, since they're both going on at the same time, we can't really provide video coverage of them for both of those games. We apologize about that, but you know, it's me and Tim here, so we're giving you Twin Rivers and Naylor when either Neelyville or East Carter advance to tomorrow. We'll have the game for you live right here on Facebook and YouTube. Again, get on Facebook and YouTube, comment, let us know where you're watching from, let us know who you're rooting for. If you have a kid that's playing, let us know, say, hey, I'm rooting for my child. We want to hear from you. Be sure and like, share, subscribe to both of those services too, and we'll make sure and let you know whenever updates happen. As we are ready to get going, coming up to the plate for Naylor will be Zoe Sprouse at second base. Pitch number one, swing and a miss. That is strike number one. As Sprouse thought she had a pitch, but just a little outside for it and swings through it. As Twin Rivers gets ready for pitch number two. Oh, the bunt laid down, but it's popped up in the air and unable to make the catch. That was a valiant effort by Layla Tompkins, unable to get to it. That's going to be strike number two. 0-2 count as Peyton is up early. I'm sorry, as Parson is up early against Zoe Sprouse. Parson studying down her catcher, waiting for pitch number three. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. That is going to be strikeout number one. Zoe Sprouse goes down swinging as Parson gets her first out of the game, first strikeout of the game. Coming to bat for Naylor will be number 24, Destiny Thomas. A quick little squibber back to the pitcher. She's going to throw it over to first base, and that's going to be a quick out number two. As Destiny Thomas just kind of gave it right, just, you know, exchanged with her fellow pitcher and goes out. That is going to be a 1-3 on the putout. As coming up to bat will be Harley Sullivan catching for Naylor today, as that ball is through the catcher all the way to the backstop for ball number one. Sullivan playing catcher today for the Naylor Lady Eagles, trying to get their first hit of the ball game. Parson just threw her first ball of the contest as well. Here comes the second pitch, and that is up and outside for ball number two. 2-0 count, 2 outs here in the top of the first inning. As here comes the 2-0 pitch, and that's going to be right down the middle for strike number one. Sullivan with the 2-1 count here, trying to get something going here at the beginning of the game for the Naylor Lady Eagles. Parson staring down, has her pitch, and here it comes. That's going to be a nice solid hit right through the second baseman, and it's going to be bobbled in the outfield as Sullivan rounds first on her way to second, and she is going to stop there with a double. First hit is on the board for the Naylor Lady Eagles as Harley Sullivan gets a double. Coming up to plate will be Chloe Mitchell playing shortstop today. 2 outs, runner on second, as Sullivan with a solid ground hit was able to get through the infield. That first pitch is low for a ball, as you see Twin Rivers catcher staring down Sullivan at second base, almost daring her to run there. But she retreats back to the bag. Here comes Parson with the 1-0 count. It's going to be through the first base, and that is going to possibly score a run, as she's going to hold up at first. Looks like we had a collision at third base. Sullivan is in for the run, and that is going to be a single for Mitchell, and she advances on the throw in, as that is going to be a 1-0 lead for the Naylor Lady Eagles. Looked like there was a collision between Sullivan and the third base runner. But she's able to get all the way in to the home plate to score the first run of the game. As here comes the pitch. Oh, and that's going to be fouled off all the way almost to the, oh, it does go to the field behind us. A lot of travel on that pitch by Haley Sullivan. She is playing first base today. Here comes the second pitch. Well, that's going to be grounded to the third baseman, bobbled it. She's going to throw it over to first, but it is in time, and that is going to be the inning. As Naylor puts one on the board to go up 1-0. We are watching the Ozark Foothills Conference Softball Tournament live right here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Twin Rivers coming up to bat next. And welcome back to the Ozark Foothills Conference Softball Tournament as Destiny Thomas gets her warm-up pitches in for the Naylor Lady Eagles. Naylor strikes first, 2 outs, got 2 hits, and were able to get home a run in the top of the first inning. Twin Rivers will now look to respond down 1-0 here in the opening round of the Ozark Foothills Conference Softball Tournament. As it looks like Twin Rivers is now ready to go. Coming up to bat, they're going to have Maddie Hockersmith, Ann Middlestadt, and Charlie Johnson, the 1, 2, and 3 hitters for the Lady Royals. Starting off will be Maddie Hockersmith. She is the designated player for today, or designated hitter, if you would like. She's going to be leading off. Ann Middlestadt, number 32 in left field, will be batting second. Charlie Johnson at shortstop will be batting third. As stepping up to the plate right now is Hockersmith. She is a senior this year, and she's going to look to get Twin Rivers started off here in the bottom of the first. That first pitch is on the corner for a, no, it looks like just off the corner for a ball. Here comes the second pitch. That's going to be fouled almost over into the other, to the East Carter Neelyville game. That's going to be strike number 1. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. That's up and outside, 2-1 pitch. 2-1 pitch upcoming, I should say, as Destiny Thomas is on the mound for the Naylor Lady Eagles. That ball is going to be fouled right there in front of the batter's box. And it looks like it's going to say, she tried to bunt that ball, so that foul will be the first out of the game. Or first out of the bottom of the first, I should say, first out of the game for Twin Rivers. Coming up to bat now will be Ann Middlestadt in left field, number 32. Quick discussion between Twin Rivers manager and the umpire there, as Middlestadt takes her place in the batter's box. Don't have the pitch count rules in effect like the majors do. And that is going to be strike number 1. Middlestat prepares for the second pitch. That's going to be a ball inside. Thomas being very, very quick on her pitches. She's not wasting any time. Gets her sign, then fires and delivers. Swung through. That's going to be a foul tip for strike number 2. Middlestat looks to her manager real quick, steps back inside the batter's box. As the sun's starting to make an appearance here today, well, that's going to be a nice solid hit right up the middle for a single as Middlestat takes first base. First hit of the day for Twin Rivers. Coming up to bat for the Lady Royals will be shortstop number 3, Charlie Johnson. That ball is going to be popped up behind us, and that'll be strike number 1. As Johnson puts it all the way back here. We got a little worried for Tim there for a second. I know we have the little canopy over us, but you never know. That one's going to be fouled down the right field line for strike number 2. Like I said, Destiny Thomas not really wasting any time on the mound. As soon as the batter gets in the box, she is ready to go. The 0-2 pitch coming up from Thomas. That's going to be fouled back again as Johnson has gotten the bat on every one of these balls so far, but none of them have been going in the right direction. They've all been going to the right and back. So that means she's kind of just quicken up her swing just a little bit, get around a little bit quicker. Here comes the 0-2 pitch, and that's going to be lined right to the third baseman, over to first, and that's going to be past the first baseman as the Twin Rivers player takes off for second, and she is able to advance on the air. Really unlucky for Johnson as she got a great contact on the ball, but just right to the third baseman for Naylor, and that's going to result in a put out. Peyton Hopkins, nice reflexes for the catch. And she lays off ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. Runner on second. That's hit to the right field corner. That is at the wall, and it's going to get down the wall. 1 run will score. Gliding into second base is Alexis Parson as she gets the run back for the Lady Royals. It is now 1-1 as Middlestat comes around to score for Twin Rivers' first run of the game. Parson, both pitchers delivering at the plate today. As it is now a 1-1 game here in Poplar Bluff between Twin Rivers and Naylor. That pitch is going to be off the corner for ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0 pitch to Emma Vansel. That ball is high, 2-0. Vansel steps back up into the batter's box. She's playing first base today. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be high. 3 straight balls from Destiny Thomas. Puts her in a 3-0 hole. Runner on second, 2 outs. Score tied at 1 here in the first inning. Here comes the pitch. Right down the middle for strike number 1. Three-one pitch. Vansel is going to take it high for ball number 4. We have runners on first and second. 2 outs for the Twin Rivers Lady Royals. Coming up to bat will be second baseman, number 25, Gracie Suter. Sir. As she will get in the batter's box. That's going to be strike number 1. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike number 2. Suter down in a quick 0-2 count. She steps out, takes a couple practice swings, back in the batter's box. 2 on, 2 out, 0-2 count. And that pitch is bowed right back to the screen. Nice catch by the Lady Eagles catcher. Just turns around, picks it right out of the air. Harley Sullivan able to get that catch, but nope, off the fence, not going to count for the out. As Suter gets ready for another 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. It hit the ground, so it's going to throw it down to first. That is going to be the strikeout, and that is going to do it for the bottom of the first. Twin Rivers strikes back, able to get 1 on the board. It is 1-1 as we head to the second inning. Naylor coming up next right here on the OFC Softball Tournament on Today's Talk, KWOC's Facebook page, and the River Radio PB YouTube page. We are back here for the Ozark Foothills Conference Softball Tournament. Coming up for the Naylor Lady Eagles in the top of the second. We're going to start off with number 5, Peyton Hopkins at third base. Quick meeting at the mound for Twin Rivers as Alexis Parson gets ready for her second inning on the mound. Here comes her first pitch of the second inning. This to Peyton Hopkins. That's going to be a ball outside. All right, Peyton Hopkins ready for the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. That'll be strike number 1. As Parson was doing real well towards the end of the beginning of the first inning, but then gave up that 1 run late on 2 hits. Swing and a miss for strike number 2. Hopkins in her first at-bat of the day, stepping back up to the plate. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. That's going to be high for ball number 2. Two-two pitch. Here comes Parson. That's going to be popped up along the right field line, and that's going to be out of play. As we're going to do the 2-2 count again. Good, solid contact, just unable to get fully around on it. Pushed it past the fence, down the right field line. No chance of a play there. Parson back on the mound, looks at her catcher, Layla Tompkins, getting the right pitch. She's moving, working a little bit slower than her counterpart for the Lady Eagles. That's going to be ball 3, high and outside. Full count here as we start off the second inning. Of course, being softball, we'll be playing 7 innings today as long as one team doesn't jump terribly far ahead. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be ball number 4. Excellent eye by Hopkins as she takes the walk. Coming up to bat for the Lady Eagles will be number 4, Michaela Wheatley. She's in center field today. staring down Parson, wondering what the pitch is going to be. Lays down the bunt, but does not get it down for strike number 1. Just could not find it. Looked like the pitch was a little high and outside, so great pitch trying to bait out the bunt attempt. Now the Twin Rivers players definitely know what's up. They're playing in on the infield, ready for another bunt attempt. See if she lays it down. She does, and of course another high and outside pitch. Strike number 2. Will the Naylor coach allow her to try to bunt with 2 strikes? Very dangerous that. Of course, you put it foul. That's the end of the at-bat. As Twin Rivers has at least backed up at first base. Third baseman still sitting a little bit in. She's going to pop the bunt directly up. Tompkins washes it. Doesn't need to attempt to make a play, as that's going to be out number 1 here in the second inning. Coming up will be number 7, Gracie Rule, playing right field. Her first at-bat of the game. Batting left-handed. I'm sorry, batting right-handed. She steps up. She's going to lay down a bunt as well. That's going to be down the first base line, and that's going to be over and out. Sacrifice for Gracie Rule as she advances Peyton Hopkins to second base with that just excellent bunt. Almost beat it out as well. But great play by the Twin Rivers team to be able to get the out made. That's going to be 1-3 on the sacrifice. Coming up next, Alexis Holcomb, number 16, batting number 9. She is in left field today for the Naylor Lady Eagles. Here comes a pitch, swing and a miss. Strike number 1. 2 outs here in the top of the second. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Ball outside. Alexis Holcomb, her first at-bat of the day. She's looking over at her manager, getting instructions what to do. Runner on second. As Peyton Hopkins got on base with the walk, was able to advance on the sacrifice, putting her in scoring position. Here comes the pitch, and that is going to be a strike. 1-2 is the count. 2 outs here in the top of the second. As again, the wind's starting to pick up a little bit, creating some dirt there on the infield. It's going to be swing and foul all the way back, and that's another one almost to the opposite field. Field number 2 here. We are on field number 1. 4-1 is your score over on the Naylor East Carter game. Can't tell which team is the home team, so I'll give you an update on that here in just a second. On Neelyville East Carter game. That's going to be hit over to second base. She's going to throw it over to first, and that is going to be the end of the second inning. We'll give you an update on the Neelyville East Carter game when we come back. Twin Rivers coming up to bat. Game tied at 1 here in the middle of the second. You're watching the OFC tournament here on Today's Talk KWOC Facebook page, facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC, and the River Radio PB YouTube page right here. Welcome back. It is Neelyville that has taken a lead 4-1 in the second inning on the Neelyville against East Carter. The winner of that matchup will face the winner of this matchup coming up tomorrow, where you're currently tied at 1. Middle of the second inning, coming up to bat for Twin Rivers will be the third baseman, number 4, Reese Chrisman, going to the plate. Destiny Thomas still on the mound for the Naylor Lady Eagles. She went through the first, giving up a double, single, and a walk. Also got a strikeout in there as well. As leading off second will be Chrisman. She's going to be followed by Tompkins and Whitlow for Twin Rivers. Here comes the first pitch. That's going to be a ball inside. 1-0 is the count. No outs here in the bottom of the second. Game tied at 1. That's going to be strike number 1. I apologize about that. I thought I got my mic muted when I tried to clear my throat. I apparently did not. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. That's going to be fouled all the way to the back. That was off the catcher for Naylor's helmet. That probably didn't feel too terribly good, but she doesn't look too bothered by it. Harley Sullivan, as the umpire, is going to clean off the plate a little bit, give Sullivan a bit of a chance there. Make sure she's okay. 1-2 count. That's just good umpiring right there. Cleaning the plate, but also giving that player a little bit of a chance to collect herself. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. That's going to be fouled straight up in the air. Third baseman trying to find it, and it's going to fall in the middle of all 3 players. And it looks like they say it was foul. It was close. It hit awfully close to the line, but that will be a foul ball, as Chrisman will have to come back to the plate for another 1-2 pitch. Of course, the sun has came out, so that was hard for any of the players to find the ball there. It was out of we were guarded by the canopy here, so I couldn't really see it either. So, you know what? I can't talk. It was a very difficult play. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. That's going to be ball number 2. Good eye by Chrisman to let that one go low and outside. She steps back in the batter box. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Low for ball 3. It was a possible fly out to a full count here. As you know, Destiny Thomas does not want to let this pitch go to waste. She wants to make sure she gets the out here to start the second inning. And that's going to be a swing and a miss on the strikeout for Chrisman. Second strikeout of the game for Thomas. As now coming up to bat for Twin Rivers will be the 8-hitter, number 25, Layla Tompkins. She is catching today. She's ready. Here comes the pitch. Oh, high and outside. Tompkins almost offered at that. Looks like it peeled down to first base. I did not get to see whether they called it a strike or ball. I'm going to assume. I didn't hear any protesting from the Twin Rivers side, so I'm going to assume that was a ball. Here comes second pitch. That's going to be strike number 1. Tompkins going to stretch a little bit. Step back up to the plate. 1-1 pitch. Nice hit down the right field line, but it's going to curve foul and out of play. 1-2 is the count. 1 out here on the bottom of the second. As the Twin Rivers still in their first path through the order, the 8-hitter Tompkins going to be followed by the number 9 hitter, number 15, Addison Whitlow. Tompkins back in the batter's box. She is catching today for the Lady Royals. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. That's going to be high for ball 2. 2-2 is the count. Tompkins steps out, composes herself, steps back in. Might be playing a little mind games with Thomas there. She readies the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. That's going to be the third strikeout in a row for Destiny Thomas. 2 outs here in the bottom of the second inning for the Lady Royals. No one on, as Thomas has struck out the last 3 batters, Suter, Chrisman, and Tompkins here. Coming up to bat, Addison Whitlow, right field, number 15. She is going to take strike number 1. All 3 of these strikeouts have been swinging as well. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That's going to be high and outside for ball number 1. Destiny Thomas back on the mound. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. That's going to be low for ball number 2. So we have the Clearwater Lady Tigers sitting here right beside us. They're getting ready. They're going to play later on today in a game you can find right here. It's going to be hit right back up the middle. Right in no man's land. Not going to be able to get over to first base in time from the second baseman. That is going to be a single for Addison Whitlow as she extends the inning, getting on first base. It'll be the third hit of the day for Twin Rivers as we go around to the top of the order. Number 8, Maddie Hockersmith, the designated player, will step up to the plate. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be low and through, and that's going to be a passed ball and a advancement to second by Addison Whitlow. Good job staying alert, able to advance on that pass ball. Still 4-1 over at Neelyville versus East Carter. Looks like we might have a run just scored again for the Lady Tigers. That's going to make it 5-1. Ball outside. This is now a 2-0 count. As Hockersmith ready, that's going to be ball number 3. Quick 3-0 count here for Hockersmith as she is being very patient at the plate. Here comes the 3-0 pitch. Oh, it looks like looks like one of them was a strike and ended up being called. They're going to say it's 3-1 now. Pitch I thought it had been called a ball earlier. Apparently it was called a strike. That's going to make it 3-1. And that's going to be strike number 2 on the swing. Looks like the scoreboard operators are a little bit confused as I am, and they had it as 2-0 as well. So here comes the full count pitch. And that's going to be ball number 4. That's Hockersmith. I don't know if she was fully aware that she had gotten the walk, but she does, and trots down to first base after the umpire kind of gives a little encouragement. You can go ahead and head on down. As the ball just went flying past us. Not sure where that came from. Coming up to bat, number 32, Ann Middlestat in left field. She's going to be taking her place in the batter's box. She singled in the first inning, and it looks like she might single again, but nope, that's going to be to the second baseman, and that is going to be a put out. That's going to end the threat here in the top of the first. As Twin Rivers puts 2 on, unable to get any runs in. It is 1-1 as we go to the top of the third inning here on the OFC Tournament on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Welcome back to the OFC Softball Tournament, being brought to you by Christian Automotive and Tire, your home for free tire rotations. Give them a call, 573-785-0208. Also being brought to you by J.W. Walker & Sons Recycling. Turn your scrap metal into cash at J.W. Walker & Sons Recycling. Also like to thank First Choice Insurance, their family, protecting your family. Also, Senator Jason Bean, a proud supporter of high school athletics. He wishes good luck to all the teams playing here in the OFC tournament today. Those are some of the sponsors helping bring you softball action here today as we now go to the top of the third. Coming up to bat for the Naylor Lady Eagles will be the top of the order. Number 22, Zoe Sprouse at second base. She struck out in the first inning. 6-1 is the score over on the other side as Neelyville's up over East Carter. As strike number 1 on the foul ball. Sprouse back in the box, ready for her 0-1 pitch. That's going to be hit down the right field line, but foul, strike number 2. Sprouse one of 2 strikeouts in the first time through the order for Twin Rivers, as Wheatley also struck out, giving Thomas 2 strikeouts on the day. I'm sorry, giving Parson 2 strikeouts on the day. She's the pitcher for Twin Rivers. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. That's going to be fouled back, strike number 2 again. Going back to retrieve it for Twin Rivers will be Tompkins. She's going to throw it back to her pitcher. Parson back on the mound, kind of readying herself, wondering what she's going to do, trying to put Sprouse away here in the top of the third. That's going to be low and inside for ball number 1. Still in the second inning over at Neelyville and East Carter. Neelyville up 5 so far. 1-1 here, and that's going to be hit to the shortstop. Throw over to first base, and the out as Sprouse goes down swinging. That is going to be 6-3 on the putout. Coming up, pitcher Destiny Thomas. She went down on the hit back to her compatriot, 1-3 in the first inning, I should say. As Thomas gets ready, here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss for strike number 1. Again, Thomas and Sprouse both went down 1-2 in the first inning, but were able to get a run afterwards. And that's going to be hit out to the right field and get down for a hit. That's going to be a single for Thomas, her first hit of the day. 1 on, 1 out for the Naylor Lady Eagles here in the top of the third. Coming up to bat will be Harley Sullivan. She hit a double all the way to the wall in the first inning. She's going to be looking to do so. If she does hit another double, that might be enough to score Thomas from first base. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be high for ball number 1. Sullivan steps out for a second, steps back in. That's going to be fouled back to the fence. That one had a little bit of heat on it, but the fence does its job, just responds it down the third base line. All right, here comes the 1-1 pitch. Looks like it's going to be strike number 2. Right there on the outside corner. Here comes the 1-2 pitch from Parson. That's going to be fouled up back towards us, and that's going to be back. We're giving a lot of balls to field number 2, but there's no one there right now as some kids go running off to grab that softball. 1-2 is your count. 1 out here in the top of the third inning. And the pitch, that's going to be strikeout on the inside corner, looking as Sullivan strikes out for out number 2. Just got her looking on the outside and got her right on the inside corner for the strikeout. That'll be the first strikeout looking for both pitchers today. Stepping up to bat, 23, Chloe Mitchell. She singled in the first inning to drive home Sullivan from second. And it looks like that's going to be hit right to the pitcher, right in no man's land, and she will advance on another single, her second hit of the day. Advancing Destiny Thomas to second base. As coming up to bat will be Haley Sullivan for the Lady Eagles in the first inning. She went down to end the inning on hitting to the third baseman. We got a steal attempt. Oh, and it's cut off. Trying to catch Thomas, who had gone all the way to third base on that previous hit. As that steal will be successful for Haley Sullivan. That's going to be hit to the shortstop. Now it's going to get through, scoring another run for Naylor. Sullivan will stop at second. Or stop at third, I should say. We have a second run on the board for Naylor on the single. Third single of the inning for Naylor. As Mitchell advances to third. We got runners on first and third here. 2 outs in the top of the third inning. Strike number 1. for Peyton Hopkins, number 5. She walked in the second inning. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That's going to be hit to the second baseman. She's going to just shovel it over to first to end the inning on the 4-3 putout. And that's going to do it. Naylor puts another run on the board. It is 2-1 as we go to the bottom of the third here in the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. We are back at the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament. Want to again give a big thanks to Russians Towing, Russian to the rescue, 24/7, 365 days a year. They can do it for you. That's 785-6349. Also want to thank Liberty Utilities, Liberty, sustaining energy and water for life. Those are some of our great sponsors here this year. Coming up to bat for Twin Rivers, be number 3, Charlie Johnson at shortstop. She grounded out to the third baseman to start the outs in the first inning. She coming up to bat down 2-1 here in the bottom of the third. That's going to be ball number 1. 3 strikeouts on the day for Destiny Thomas for Naylor. That's going to be strike number 2. Looks like they're going to say that's strike number 1. I thought a strike earlier. Ball earlier was a strike, but now it's going to be 2-1 count. That's going to be popped straight up in the air. Is that going to be out? No, it's just over the fence for strike number 2. As the Naylor catcher and first baseman were both converging on the spot, but just enough to get over the fence for the strike. Prevent that out from happening. Johnson staring down the pitcher, ready for the pitch, and that's going to be popped straight up in the air, and that caught easily by Sullivan for out number 1. Coming to bat, pitcher Alexis Parson. She doubled in the first inning. She's batting 4th today for the Lady Royals. Here comes the pitch. It's going to be swung on right up the middle to the second baseman, over for the out. Quick little at bat for Parson. She goes down swinging on the first pitch. It's going to be out number 2. Now will be Emma Vansel. She had got to first on a walk in the first inning. And she's going to golf this one all the way into left field, and that's going to fall down and going to be Vansel's first hit of the game. She's now been on both of her at-bats so far, a walk and a hit. Coming up will be Gracie Suter, number 33. She struck out to end the first inning. She's going to be looking to avenge that at-bat here, maybe get this run back for the Lady Royals, down 2-1. Oh, looks like East Carter's made a bit of a comeback, is now 6-4 over against Neelyville in the third inning. That pitch is high, and that's going to be all the way back to the backstop, advancing on the wild pitch will be Vansel. She gets all the way to second. Be one of the easier stolen bases she'll have on the year. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. That's going to be low for ball number 2. 2 outs here in the top of the third, or the bottom of the third, I should say. As Suter steps back up to the plate. That's going to be swung on and foul down the right field line. Suter looks to her manager, getting her instructions. Takes a quick little practice swing and is now ready to head back to the plate. 2-1 is the count, 2 outs, runner on second. Here's the pitch. Ball 3, down and outside. It's now a 3-1 count. Twin Rivers down 2-1. Suter is ready and it's going to swing, and that's going to be right back up the middle. Twin Rivers will get that run back on the single by Suter as Vansel comes around to score. It is now 2-2. Anytime Naylor scores, Twin Rivers responds right back with a run of their own. 2-2. 2 outs here in the bottom of the third inning. Coming up to bat will be Reese Chrisman. She struck out in the bottom of the second. First pitch is going to be high for a ball. Runner on first right now. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. That's going to be popped up straight back to us. And it sounded like it was off our canopy. And it might still be up there because I don't see where it went. That's going to be strike number 1. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Low for ball number 2. I want to assume someone found that ball because I never actually saw it fall off our canopy.
I think he hit the sneaky food shed.
Oh, Tim said it might hit the food shed. That might be it. That's strike number 2. It sounded real close, but I do have headphones on, so that might have dampened it a little bit. Here comes the 2-2 pitch for Chrisman. High, ball 3. Full count, runner on first. I'm assuming she will be off with the pitch here with 2 outs and a full count. I think Chrisman might try to get a little bit of a swing here with the running runner. Nope, doesn't have to. Ball 4 high. That's going to do it for that at bat as Chrisman advances on the walk. Suter goes to second base now. Coming up, Layla Tompkins. She struck out in the second inning. As Twin Rivers has gone fly out, ground out, single walk to get a run back. 2 on, 2 outs. As here comes Tompkins. She's cashing today for the Lady Royals. Pitch number 1. Thought about laying down a ball. Looks like laying down a button. Looks like did get it down, but went straight down for a strike. For a foul, for a strike. Runners on first and second. Bunting maybe not the worst idea if she could catch the defense napping, but they're definitely alert now. And that ball is going to be low, and it's down, and there's going to be a throw down to third. The slide, she gets in and advances. Both runners advance for Twin Rivers as that ball got away from Sullivan. Runners on second and third now for Tompkins. Here comes the pitch. She's going to swing. It's going to get through. Will it get through the infield? It will. 1 run is in. Here comes another as Twin Rivers has taken a 2-run lead on the single by Layla Tompkins. Both Chrisman and Suter come around to score. It is now 4-2 in favor of the Lady Royals. They've gotten 3 runs on the board here in the third inning. As coming up to bat will now be Addison Whitlow. She's going to try to keep the rally and now just the run scoring going for Twin Rivers. That's going to be a ball high and outside. 1 on, 2 outs, 3 runs all the way, already in for the Lady Royals, as that's going to be ball number 2. As Thomas has to be wondering what happened. She got 2 quick outs and then just has been nickel and dime to death here with singles by the Lady Royals. Now it's ball number 3 for Whitlow. The 7th batter to come to the plate for Twin Rivers. That's going to be ball 4 on 4 straight balls. Oh, no, it looks like they're going to call it a strike. Must have been a strike called earlier in the count. Here comes the pitch. That ball gets away as Tompkins will advance to second. The umpire must be calling the strikes a lot quieter than he did earlier, because I thought that had been 4 balls already. Looks like there's 2 strikes up on the board, though. So they're going to say it's full count right now. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be high for ball 4. That will be the walk. As Whitlow draws the walk, Tompkins advances to second, or was already on second from the pass ball. She stays there. Coming up to bat will be Maddie Hockersmith. She is a 0 for 1 with a walk so far in the game today. She takes strike number 1 on the outside corner. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss for strike number 2. Hockersmith takes the second. She's going to step out, compose herself, steps back in. Here's the 0-2 pitch. And strikes out on the outside corner. That's going to do it for the Lady Royals. Here in the third, they do put 2 runs on the board, though. It is now 4-2 here after 3 at the OFC Softball Tournament. We'll be back with more action right here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Back here at the OFC Softball Tournament. A quick update. Neelyville has extended the lead back to 5, 9-4 in the third inning over East Carter. As East Carter, we thought, had gotten closer, but Neelyville then just extended that lead back out. We are here, Naylor getting ready to take the at-bats here in the top of the 4th, down 4-2 after giving him 3 runs in the third inning. Got the warm-up pitches going on right now for Twin Rivers. Alexis Parson gets her warm-up pitches in. Going to have a quick little meeting at the mound while this is going on. Again, want to thank some of our excellent sponsors, including Barker's Towing and Automotive for 24/7 towing service, auto repair, maintenance, tires, and alignments. Call Barker's Towing and Automotive 573-785-7811. Remember, Barker's buyer request. Also want to thank Black River Shooting Supplies and Indoor Range. Black River Shooting Supplies and Caliber Cafe are proud supporters of the OFC Tournament. All right, coming up to bat for Naylor will be Michaela Wheatley in center field. Swing and a miss for strike number 1. So far today, Wheatley has struck out. She did that in the second inning. Her second at-bat of the contest. Swing and a miss for strike number 2. Looks like we've had a home run over as players are getting ready to celebrate at home plate. Here we got a single up the left field line. Looks like it's going to go for all the way to the fence for a double. Wheatley is now rounding second, on her way to third, and she is out, unable to get it, just falls short. Does get the double, but thrown out, trying to stretch it to a single. As coach is maybe going to be talking to her, and didn't necessarily need her to go all the way to third with no outs, but that will be out number one. Swing and a miss, strike number one for Rule, and she sacrificed in her first at bat in the second inning. That's going to be hit down the right field line, but able to get on the other end of it is the Twin Rivers first baseman, Emma Vansel, and steps on the base for the out. That's going to be a 3 unassisted, putting Rule out as the second out of the inning. As that's going to be hit right back to Vansel. She grabs it, and that's going to be a quick 1-2-3 third inning. Thought Naylor had something going, but that throw out third really kind of put a damper on the Lady Eagles rally there in the third. That's going to do it for the third inning. We're top of the third. We're going to go to the bottom of the third. Twin Rivers coming up to bat next right here on the OFC Tournament on Facebook and YouTube, brought to you by KWOC. We are back with the OFC Tournament being brought to you by the Scott Law Firm. Let Scott Law Firm help protect your family. They're a proud supporter of the Lady Royals here on the tournament, as well as all of the other teams. That's Scott Law Firm. Mossy Oak Properties and Mossy Oak Properties Mozark Realty, their clients come first. Be sure and check them out, 573-712-2252, as strike number one is called on Ann Middlestat, the only Lady Royal who did not go to the bat in the third inning. That 3-run third inning for Twin Rivers. She's going to pop it up right back to the backstop. Catcher unable to make the catch for strike number two. Middlestat's going to take a quick practice swing. She is batting second. So far, she's singled and scored in the first and grounded out to the second baseman in the second. As she watches the ball go by for ball number one. 1-2 count here in the bottom of the fourth inning. That's going to be ball number two. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Low for ball three. We have a full count now. No outs here in the bottom of the fourth. Twin Rivers up 4-2. It is 11-4. Neelyville up over East Carter in the fourth inning. That's going to be a swing and a miss for the strikeout for Middlestat. First out has been recorded. Destiny Thomas gets her, looks like, fifth strikeout of the game. Coming up will be Charlie Johnson, shortstop for the Lady Royals, batting third. She is 0 for 2 on the game today. As Johnson takes a couple practice swings, quick meeting at the mound, and here comes the pitch. It's going to be high for ball number one. And that's going to be fouled back all the way back to field number two. for strike number 1. We're sorry about people standing here in front of us. We can't really control people that are kind of walking and talking to the scorekeepers. We're trying our best to kind of keep them out of the way. We apologize about that. It's going to be fouled back to field number 2 again. One-two is the count, as all the balls have been over in. One of them is even in the stands over at field number 2, where it looks like we got some Greenville players practicing, getting ready for the second contest of today. It's a 1-2 count here for Charlie Johnson. And the 1-2 pitch, high ball number 2. Now 2-2 count, 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. That's going to be ball number 3. 4-2 is your score. 11-4 is the score over Neelyville East Carter. Full count pitch is popped up down the right field line. Both players going to give chase for it, but just enough as it hits the top of the fence for a foul ball. We will do it again. Full count, 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Here comes the full count pitch. That's going to be golfed all the way to the right field, and it gets down as Johnson's going to head her way to second. Ball looks like got under the fence, and that's going to be a ground rule double. Johnson all the way to third, but it will have to retreat back to second base due to the ground rule double. There was a little bit of a delay a couple of pitches ago because we ran out of balls because they all went back to the second field behind us. And then they had to retrieve that one that went under the fence, but we're ready to go again. Coming up to bat will be Alexis Parson, pitcher for the Lady Royals. It's going to be high for ball number 1. Parson so far is 1 for 2 on the day. Had a double in the first inning, and that is going to be hit way out of the park down the right field line for strike number 1. Here comes the pitch. It's going to be fouled back to the backstop. That went right off the top of the plate. 1-2 is the count. 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. All right, as Parson take a second to compose herself, subs back in. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. That's going to be high for ball number 2, but that will allow the runner to advance. Johnson goes to third base on the wild pitch. 2-2 is your count now. All right. Coming up after Parson will be Vansel. Assuming a double play doesn't happen here. Screaming shot to third, it could happen. That will be ball number 3. Full count, runner on third for the Lady Royals. Up by 2. That is going to be ball for the ball. Oh, as Sullivan thought the ball had gotten away, but it was right at her feet for the walk. 2 on, 1 out for the Lady Royals, threatening here again in the 4th. They scored 3 runs in the 3rd as Vansel will take the plate. Thought about laying down a balk, and that's going to allow the runner to steal. Lady Royals realizing they can do some stuff on the base paths here. A couple of steals already. That's going to be strike number 1. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. For strike number 2. As Vansel back in the box. Kind of asked them for a second, then is ready. Swing and a miss. Strike number 3. Vansel goes down swinging for the second out and second strikeout of the inning. 2 on, 2 outs. Coming up to bat, Gracie Suter. She got a strikeout and a single here in the game today. A single could put 2 more runs on the board for the Lady Royals. That's going to be fouled down the third base line for strike number 1. Vansel 1 for 2. I'm sorry, Suter 1 for 2 for the day today. Looking to put a few more runs on the board, as that's going to be a ball inside. Suter steps out, steps back in. Now she's ready to go. Here comes the pitch from Destiny Thomas. That's going to be hit right up the line and through for a single that will score 2 runs. Goes all the way to the fence, and that's going to be a double. Suter delivers for the Lady Royals with the double. It is now 6-2 on with 2 runs scoring for Twin Rivers, as both Parson and Johnson come around to score. Reese Krisman will now step to the plate. 2 runs in already. Twin Rivers trying to extend their lead even further. That's going to be popped up on the infield, caught by the pitcher, and that will do it. But 2 runs are in. It is now 6-2 for the Lady Royals here at the quarterfinals of the OFC tournament. We'll be back with more right after this. Welcome back to the 2023 Ozark Foothills Conference Softball Tournament, being brought to you by Stan Bader Wood Truss for residential and commercial and all types of wood trusses. Stan Bader has been building wood trusses for over 47 years. Give them a call, 573-328-4150. Also being brought to you by White Sanders Funeral Home in Fisk and Culin. They're a proud supporter of the community. Give them a call, 573-967-3300. Also want to thank sponsor Colton Steakhouse, your full-service restaurant with daily specials, appetizers, beverages, and mouth-watering steaks. You can order by calling 573-686-3880. Coming up to bat here in the top of the 5th inning for the Naylor Lady Eagles will be the top of the order, number 22, Zoe Sprouse at second base. This will be her 3rd at bat. She's 0 for 2 so far. It's going to swing to the second baseman, over to first for the quick out. That is the 3rd out of the game for Zoe Sprouse. She is 0 for 3, 2 ground outs to the infield included in that. Coming up next will be pitcher Destiny Thomas. She is 1 for 2 on the day, had a single back in the 3rd inning, came around to score. That's going to be ball outside. 6-2 is your score. Over on Neelyville and East Carter, it is 11-4 in the 4th inning. Neelyville up in that game. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and that is now 2-0. As Thomas is prepared for her 3rd at-bat. She's now up 2-0 in the count. And we'll watch a strike go by. 2-1 is the count now. That ball's on the inside corner. Thomas, you know, she wanted that ball call, but was unable to get it. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be popped up along the first base line and caught by the catcher. I'm sorry, by the first baseman. As Destiny Thomas goes down. Coming up next for the Lady Eagles will be catcher Harley Sullivan. She's 1 for 2 on the day. Had a strikeout looking, did score in the first after getting a double. That was the first run of the game. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be high for ball number 1. Sullivan steps back in, trying to get something going for Naylor here in this 5th inning. Down by 4. They only have a couple more opportunities left. That's going to be dribbled back up to the second baseman and will be bobbled, as that's going to be at least a single that she's going to hold up there. We'll give her a single for that. Sullivan on first base, trying to get a rally going here in the 5th for Naylor. Coming up next, shortstop Chloe Mitchell. She's got 2 singles, 2 for 2 on the day today. She's going to try to keep that perfect record going in her at-bats and keep this little rally going for the Lady Eagles. Swings through the first pitch. That's going to be strike number 1. As Mitchell steps out, steps back in, is steadying herself, and now here comes the pitch. That's going to be fouled right back to the backstop for strike number 2. 2 quick outs by Alexis Parson here in the top of the 5th, but she did give up that single. She's going to want that back. She might have thought her second baseman had an opportunity for it, but wasn't meant to be, and that will be put a runner on first. It is now 1 on, 2 outs. Here comes the pitch, and that's going to be a redemption attempt for the second baseman as she does make that play. Put out 4-3, and that will do it for the top of the 5th. We go to the bottom of the 5th. More Ozark Foothills Conference softball action coming up. Twin Rivers will be at bat coming up next, right here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Layla Tompkins will lead off the bottom of the 5th for the Twin Rivers Lady Royals. She has a single and a strikeout for the game today. We got a quick moment, so I want to thank some more of our great sponsors, including Cornell Trucking. For all your hauling needs, call Cornell Trucking at 573-967-3958. Also want to thank Farm Credit of Southeast Missouri. Been serving farmers of Southeast Missouri since 1917. You can give them a call today at 877-730-7327. We also want to thank Hester Trucking, available for all your dump trucking needs. Call Randy, Jason, Sean, or Devin at 573-328-1160. As Tompkins gets in a couple practice swings, going to try to keep the good times going for the Lady Royals here in the bottom of the 5th. They are up 6-2. Here's pitch number 1. That's going to be in the dirt for ball number 1. Thomas has gone through the early parts of innings so far, then kind of had bad things going, trying to get that 3rd out. Almost every one of Twin Rivers' runs has come with 2 outs today. That's going to be ball number 2. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike number 1. Tompkins just swung through the ball right there. Couple practice swings, now she's back in the batter's box. That's going to be right at the top of the strike zone, strike number 2. Umpire took a second before he went through with that call, but that will be a strike. It's 2-2 is the count. Swing popped up down the third base line and caught by Sullivan. That's going to be 2 unassisted on the flyout for out number 1. As Addison Whitlow, the right fielder, will step to the plate. She's been on base every time she's come to a bat today. Got a single and a walk. Has not come around to score, though. Here's the first pitch. That's going to be inside as Thomas missed her mark. Ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. That's going to be high for ball number 2. Checking over the other game is now 12-4 in the 5th inning. Neelyville up over East Carter. Winner in that game will play the winner of this game. Currently, Twin Rivers in the lead 6-2. Here comes the 2-0 pitch, and that's going to be outside. Oh, looks like he's going to call that one a strike. 2-1 is the count now. I thought it missed the plate. The umpire, much closer and a better vantage point to make the decision, said I was wrong, so I will trust his judgment. That's going to be strike number 2 at the exact same spot. 2-2 is the count, 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. And the pitch. Ball 4 as it looks like he was going to call that a strike. Okay. Again, I trust his vantage point much more than mine. I thought that was low and outside. That will be a strikeout. Looking for the second out of the inning. As Maddie Hockersmith will now take to the plate. Ball number 1. 6-2, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Twin Rivers up. Here's the pitch. That's going to be high for ball number 2. Give you an idea how dusty it is. Anytime a ball, the catcher catches one, you can see the dust just billow from her catcher's mitt. It's going to be low for ball number 3. Hockersmith with a walk, a strikeout, and a ground out here so far today. She grounded out to the pitcher to begin the bottom of the 1st inning. That's going to be high for ball number 4. 4-pitch walk to put Hockersmith on with her second walk of the game. This has been the Naylor's problem this entire game. Gets 2 quick outs, and then the wheels kind of come off trying to get that 3rd out to finish the inning. It's coming up to bat will be Ann Middlestat. She got a single and scored in the 1st. Got a strikeout and a ground out so far. So that's going to be strike number 1. Wonder if Hockersmith might try to decide to take off there from first base. Can't really tell if Mika Kirkman, who's the flex player for Twin Rivers, playing center field, she might have came on to run for Hockersmith. Can't really tell the number there at first base. Here comes the pitch, and that's going to be lined all the way to right field, and that will get down for a single. And she's going to try to extend it to a double. Run coming to the plate, and that will be safe as, yes, Hockersmith stayed on, advances all the way home on the double, adding another run on the board. 7-2 is your score for Twin Rivers. As Middlestat gets her second hit of the game. And Hockersmith comes all the way around to score. That's going to be hit to the 3rd baseman. She's going to throw it all the way over to first and gets the out. That will do it as the 2-out woes continue for Naylor. We're going to the top of the 6th. Twin Rivers up 7-2 here at the OFC Quarterfinals on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Alexis Parson is back to the mound for the Twin Rivers Lady Royals, up 7-2 here in the 6th inning. She's going to be greeted by first baseman Harley Sullivan, who is 1 for 2 on the day today. She will come up to bat to start off the Lady Eagles half of the 6th inning. Want to continue thanking some of our great sponsors, allowing us to bring you the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament, including K&A Roofing. Come rain or shine, K&A Roofing and Contracting is here to provide you 24/7 access to their certified commercial and residential roof installing. Call them at 573-718-2869. Also want to thank White's Truck Repair. White's Truck Repair offers preventative maintenance and 24-hour roadside service. That's White's Truck Repair in Neelyville. Call them at 573-989-6248. I was trying to get an update on the score. Still 12-4 in the 6th inning. Neelyville up over East Carter as that's hit to right field. And over the right fielder's head, Sullivan will continue around first on the way to second. And she will stop there with the double. Her second hit of the game. As Naylor gets something going to start the bottom of the 6th. Down 5 runs, but now has a runner on second. Sullivan with the double. That will cause Peyton Hopkins, third baseman, to come up to bat. She is 0 for 1 with a walk so far today. As that is hit to the left fielder, she's under it and makes the catch. Just a can of corn in left field. Hopkins goes up and down on one pitch. Fly out to the left fielder. That'll be out number 1 here in the top of the 6th inning. Coming up to bat now will be Michaela Wheatley, the center fielder. She's 1 for 2 on the game today. Had a double earlier, and she's going to hit that one high back behind us and off the food vendors right behind us here. It's a 0-1 is your count. Wheatley had a double back in the 4th inning, but was thrown out trying to extend that double to a triple and cut short a promising inning for the Lady Eagles. That's going to be fouled all the way back to field number 2, where Clearwater is kind of warming up, getting ready for their game coming up later today, which we're going to have for you live right here on today's Talk KWOC. That'll be Clearwater versus Greenville. All right, here comes the 0-1 pitch to Wheatley. That's going to be high for ball number 1. Wheatley playing center field for the Lady Eagles this afternoon. Here comes the pitch, and that is going to be a strikeout. As apparently I missed a second strike in there somewhere, but that will be the strikeout looking for Wheatley, her second strikeout of the game. 2 outs, 1 on here in the top of the 6th inning. That's going to be hit to the first baseman, and that will do it for Naylor's possible rally. Put out 3 unassisted. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Twin Rivers up 7-2 at the OFC Softball Tournament here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. The Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament being brought to you this year by Southern Care and Comfort. Let Southern Care and Comfort care for you and your loved ones the way they do their own. Southern Care and Comfort, 573-686-2273. Also being brought to you by Redneck Garage Automotive and ATV Repair. Redneck Garage Automotive and ATV Repair is the place to take care of your ATV. Call 573-872-0131. Keep your vehicle in check with Redneck. Well, big thanks to all the sponsors. We could not bring you the OFC tournament without them this year. As we go to the bottom of the sixth, coming up for the Lady Royals pitcher, Alexis Parson will lead off. She has a walk, a double, and a ground out on the day today, as that was hit very well all the way to the third base on field number 2. We've been littering field number 2 with balls as we've gone throughout the day today. 0-1 is the count. As Parson steps back in. Here comes the pitch. And that's going to be fouled back. Not quite as far as the last one, but got pretty close. 0-2 is the count now here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Parson walked and scored in the 4th, part of that big 2-run rally to extend the lead for Twin Rivers. And that's hit very well down the alley, and that will get all the way to the wall. Parson running to second and will get there easily. That's a stand-up double for Parson. Starting off the bottom of the 6th strong for Twin Rivers. Coming up next will be first baseman Emma Vansel. She's got a single and a run in the 3rd, a walk in the 1st, and a strikeout in the 4th for the game today. Vansel's going to have a look at her manager. Seems possible bunt in play here to advance that runner over to 3rd. We will see. Vansel steps to the plate. Destiny Thomas with the pitch. No bunt as she swings through strike number 1. Vansel being a linchpin for Twin Rivers today, been a part of a lot of plays in the field as well. She stopped almost 1 inning by herself down the first base line earlier today. And now she's going to lay down the bunt, but it goes behind the plate for strike number 2. I'd been wondering if the bunt might be in play, and the first one was just kind of a decoy, but unable to get that ball down on the ground in front of her. That's going to be strike number 2. Will she try to lay down the bunt again with the 0-2 count? Let's see. Nope. Takes the ball high for ball number 1. (12-5) is the score in the 6th inning. Neelyville up over East Carter. That's going to be ball number 2. As Neelyville looking pretty set to advance to the game at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Well, they will play the winner of this game. Looking right now to be Twin Rivers as Vansel swings the ball high up around her eyes for her 2nd strikeout of the game. Up to bat now will be the 2nd baseman, Gracie Suter. She's 2 for 3 on the day with a single and a double. The double came back in the 4th inning, scoring 2 runs. As Suter looks at a ball, it's now going to be 1-0 pitch as the ball down around the dirt for ball number 2. So we have the umpires trying to get the coach's attention down third base line. The ball was sitting there right in front of the dugout. I want to make sure there's no kind of confusion in case there was a fly out or something over in that area. Suter steps back into the batter's box for the 2-0 pitch and hits it to the 2nd baseman. A throw over to 1st for the out. The runner does advance. So that will go down as a sacrifice. Parson goes to 3rd on Suter's sacrifice, 4-3. As Chrisman will now step up to the plate. Twin Rivers up 5 runs here in the bottom of the 6th. Pitch number 1 is high for a ball. Here comes pitch number 2. And that is going to be a strike. Sun's starting to get lower. I wonder if that's going to become an issue for the batters here. That's going to be swing and a miss, strike number 2. Parson sitting at third. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning. It's going to be fouled off. We'll do it again. 2-2 is the count. Here's the pitch, and that's going to be popped straight up. Shortstop is under it and makes the catch. That's going to do it for the 6th inning. No runs scored. A double was hit by Twin Rivers. We'll be back with the 7th and possible final inning coming up. Twin Rivers up 7-2. You're watching the OFC Softball Tournament here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. We are back with the 7th and possible final inning. If Naylor does not post a comeback, they are down 7-2 to Twin Rivers. The winner of this game will go on to face the winner of the Neelyville East Carter game, looking increasingly likely to be Neelyville, up 12-5 in the 7th inning as well over there. The winners of both of these games will play at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Donovan, the 1 seed, is waiting the winner of the Clearwater Greenville game, which was scheduled to start at 6 o'clock. Of course, will be a little bit delayed with how this game is going. Going to have to give time for both teams to warm up here once this game gets completed. Of course, Naylor could come back to score 5 runs here, and we'll play another couple of innings. We don't know. You never know with softball. Starting off the possible rally for Naylor will be the left fielder batting 9th, Alexis Holcomb. She's 0 for 2 for the day today. As Alexis Parson gets ready, here's pitch number 1. That's going to be hit right back to Parson. She's going to throw it over to third base for a quick 1-3 put out. That is 1 out on the board, 2 outs remaining for Naylor here in their tournament. Zoe Sprouse is 0 for 3 with a strikeout and 2 groundouts on the day today. Here comes pitch number 1. It's going to be high for ball 1. Here comes the 1-0 pitch to Sprouse. It's going to be fouled down the right field line and off the fence for strike number 1. We have a little baby running around the scorer's table. Seems more interested in whatever she's got in her hand right now than the game at hand. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. That's going to be inside for ball number 2. 7-2 is your score. It's 12-5 over in Neelyville and East Carter. East Carter, I believe, is down to their final out over there, if I'm reading the scoreboard correctly. Here comes the pitch, and that's going to be ball number 3. 3-1. Nobody on, 1 out. Here in the top of the 7th, Naylor has 2 outs remaining if they are going to pull out some sort of comeback today. Here's the 3-1 pitch. And that is going to be strike number 2. Just caught the outside corner. Full count, 3-2 is the count, and that's going to be ball number 4 in the dirt. Zoe Sprouse gets on base for her first time today with the walk. Coming up next will be Destiny Thomas, the pitcher. She is 1 for 2 on the day today, had a run and a single on a run in the 3rd inning. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be high for ball number 1. As it looked like Tompkins was thinking about trying to check Sprouse over at first base, decides against it. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Top of the 7th, 1 out. Naylor down 7-2 here in the quarterfinals of the OFC Softball Tournament. Here's the pitch. That's going to be fouled back. Ooh. As the fence saved a couple of the spectators of Greenville warming up over there. Fence on the back of the stands. See, it served its purpose. People are, why do we even need that? Served its purpose right there. So that's going to be strike number 1. And that's going to be hit down back to the fence. And that will be down for a double as runner will round second, going to third. She's going to stop at third. That is going to be a double for Destiny Thomas. Could have possibly sent the runner, but no real need. Down 5, you need more base runners. No reason to chance it, as now a runner is on second and third. 1 out as Naylor has something cooking here in the top of the first inning. 1 out, down by 5. Coming up next, Harley Sullivan. She's got a single and a double and a strikeout so far for the game today. That's going to be ball number 1. Sullivan will step out for a quick second. Going to talk with her manager, as looks like we've got meetings both at the mound and at third base. We're going to take a quick break. While these meetings are going on, we'll have more action for you next. It is the top of the 7th at the OFC Softball Tournament. Well, we are back. It is 7-2 here at the OFC Softball Tournament. Neelyville has claimed victory over East Carter. They will advance. 12-5 is your final over there. They'll play the winner of this game. 7-2, Twin Rivers leads. 1 out here in the top of the 7th. Runners on second and third. Here's pitch number 1. That's going to be back to the backstop. Here comes the run. It is now 7-3. As Sprouse comes around to score on the wild pitch. Thomas advances to third base. It's now a 4-run game. Runner on third. Naylor trying to keep this little rally going. Still has work to do though. Here's the pitch. That's going to be fouled back over to field number 2. Sullivan so far, again, is 2 for 3 for the day. She did score in the first inning. She steps back up to the plate for the 1-1 pitch. Fouled back again. Another souvenir for field number 2. It is now 1-2. 1-2 or the count. Runner on third, 1 out. As the wind has picked up, throwing dirt and dust everywhere. Here's the 1-2 pitch. That's going to be hit to the shortstop. The run will come in and score. Oh, great play by the first baseman for Twin Rivers. Emma Vansel, even with the dust coming in, she's able to see that ball all the way to the glove. Run does score 7-4, but now the bases are empty. Coming up next will be Chloe Mitchell. The last chance for Naylor. She has to get on base to continue this game. That's going to be strike number 1. So far for the game today, Chloe Mitchell has 2 singles, did come around, it got to third in the 3rd inning. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be fouled down the left field line. It is now the last strike for the Naylor Lady Eagles if they want to stay in the tournament today. As again, you can hear the wind has picked up a bit. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be hit to the shortstop. Oh, she almost bobbles it, throws it to first, and safe as Naylor will continue in this game. Just not in time as Mitchell gets to first base on the single with a little bit of help from the bobble at shortstop. I think she might have beat it out anyways. Coming up next, Harley Sullivan. She is 2 for 3 on the day with a single and a double. She had a double in the last inning, but was stranded at second base. I'm sorry, this is going to be Haley Sullivan that's coming to the plate. Here's the first pitch, and that's going to be strike number 1. Sullivan trying to continue this game. She gets on, and then the tying run can come to the plate. That's going to be swing and a miss for strike number 2. Naylor once again down to their final strike here today. Parson will steps, gets her pitch, and delivers. That's going to be hit down third base line. This is going to be a close play at first, and she is out. That will do it. As Sullivan goes down 5-3 on the putout, and that will do it for your game today. Twin Rivers with the win, 7-4. And we'll advance to play Neelyville in the second round. That game will start at 1 o'clock tomorrow. We're going to have it for you right here on Facebook.com/today's talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. We'll be back with your post-game wrap-up here in just a minute. Keep it right here. All right, we are back at the OFC Tournament. Twin Rivers gets the victory in the quarterfinal. They will play Neelyville in the second round. Again, that game will start at 1 o'clock tomorrow right here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC, as well as at YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Twin Rivers was led today, had 7 runs. A big 3-run third inning really propelled them to that. With that inning included singles by Vansel, Suter, and Tompkins, walks by Crimson and Whitlow, all to bring across 3 runs. Fantastic pitching performance as well from Alexis Parson. She gets the win today, only giving up 4 runs, and 2 of those were in the 7th inning. But that's going to do it. I want to thank everyone for joining us for game number 1, but we're not done. Game number 2 coming up next will be the Clearwater Lady Tigers taking on the Greenville Lady Bears. That's going to be the 4 seed versus the 5 seed. We'll have that for you here in a little bit. We're going to take a quick break. We'll keep the feed going, though, for you. You can kind of watch the players getting ready to prepare in the background. We'll be back with action here in just a few minutes. The game was scheduled to start 6 o'clock. This first game ran a little bit long. We'll let you know the start time as soon as we get that here. You've been watching the OFC Softball Tournament here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Welcome back to Game 2 of the Ozark Foothills Conference Softball Tournament. Well, technically Game 3, but Game 2 that we're presenting to you as we are getting ready for the Clearwater Lady Tigers to take on the Greenville Lady Bears here today. Greenville entering as the 5 seed, Clearwater as the 4 seed. So that means Greenville will be the away team today. We're going to apologize. The sun is starting to get down to that point where it can affect kind of our camera angles. That might cause a little bit of a glare. If that does happen, we apologize for that. I've already had to put on the sunglasses, so I'm looking really sharp here under our little canopy right behind home plate. Of course, in our first games today, you watched it right here. Twin Rivers picked up the 7-4 win over Naylor. They're going to advance to play the 2 seed Neelyville, who won 12-5 over East Carter. That Neelyville Twin Rivers game will be live right here at 1 o'clock tomorrow. We're going to have it for you right here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. The number 1 seed Donovan Donets are awaiting the winner of this matchup between Clearwater and Greenville. That game tomorrow will be at 3 o'clock. We'll also have it for you live right here on Facebook and on YouTube. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to go over the starting lineups for both Clearwater and Greenville today and set the stage for our final quarterfinal matchup. It's all here at the Ozark Foothills Conference Softball Tournament, being brought to you by Christian Automotive and Tire, J.W. Walker & Sons Recycling, First Choice Insurance, Jason Bean, State Senator, Russians Towing, Liberty Utilities, Barker's Towing and Automotive, Black River Shooting Supplies, the Scott Law Firm, Mossy Oak Properties, Stan Bader, White Sanders Funeral Home, Colton's, Cornell Trucking, Farm Credit, Hester Trucking, K&A Roofing, White's Truck Repair, Southern Care and Comfort, and Redneck Garage. We'll have your starting lineups coming up next here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. All right, welcome back. Greenville's continuing their warm-ups here. We're going to give you the starting lineup for the Greenville Lady Bears. They're led off by shortstop number 3, Brianna Despain. She will be batting first today. Batting second, number 5, third baseman Kayla Hill. Batting third, pitcher number 20, Laramie Blackburn. Number 4, batting fourth, number 22, catcher Mackenzie Hill. Batting fifth, center field, number 6, Cherish Stevens. Batting sixth, first baseman, number 7, Ruthie Greer. Batting seventh in right field, number 17, Presley Walk. Batting eighth at third base, Anna Neer, number 35. And finishing up the order for the number 5 seed Greenville Lady Bears will be in left field, number 23, Hannah Henderson. For the Clearwater Lady Tigers, leading off number 26 at shortstop, Mackenzie Keister. At center field, number 2, batting second, number 6, Abby Janey. Batting third, number 16, catcher Reagan Shearer. Batting fourth, first baseman, number 12, Georgia Eaton. Batting fifth, number 12, Riley Hurt, pitching for today. Batting sixth, number 9, Kristen Street in left field. The designated hitter, number 7. Batting seventh, number 18, Natalie Henson. Number 8 hitter at third base, number 4, Jordan Patterson. And batting ninth, number 14, Alia Barfield. At second base, Alexis Alden. Number 10 will be flexing today and playing in right field. Those are your starting lineups. We're going to have first pitch coming up for you next here at the Ozark Foothills Conference Softball Tournament, live here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. We'll be back with baseball or softball action coming up next. We are back. It is now time for our second game of the day. Taking the mound for the Clearwater Lady Tigers will be the pitcher, number 6, Abby Cheney, the junior, taking the mound for the Lady Tigers. She's going to be looking to get this game started off well. As I keep breaking my mechanical pencil here, trying to get everything written down. She will be facing Laramie Blackburn, the pitcher for the Greenville Lady Bears today. As it looks like got all our warm-ups almost completed, and we're about ready to get started here. Glad everyone's joining us. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. That's facebook.com/todaystalk KWOC and youtube.com/riverradiopb. We want to know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for. We're not going to be able to know unless you comment. I'd love to hear from you here today as we have another great softball match coming up for you. As it looks like we are ready to go. Coming up to start off for the Greenville Lady Bears, their leadoff hitter, number 3, Brianna Despain. She steps to the plate for our first pitch. Here it comes from Abby Cheney. That's going to be hit to the shortstop, throw over to first base, 1 pitch, 1 out, and we are underway. The rest of the game goes like this. We might even get done before Frankie gets here. He's been calling baseball action from the Poplar Bluff Mules, which you heard. It was live on the KWOC radio side. Up next, third baseman Kayla Hill coming up to bat. She's going to take strike number 1. Oh, 1 count. Here is the pitch. And that's going to be a ball outside. 1-1 is the count. Here comes the pitch, and that's right off the pitcher. And that's going to go to the second baseman as they are now, looked like it went off of Cheney's leg. She gets up and looks like she's going to try to walk it off a bit. That went right off her shin a little bit. She's hobbling a little bit, but it looks like she has been able to put a little bit of pressure on it. She's going to go talk to her coach real quick. Looked like she was shaking her head real. I wasn't sure she was wanting to try to stay in, but it looks like she is going to attempt to at least throw a pitch or two here. As her catcher goes back out, ready to hit a few pitches, and looks like she's doing okay. So I think she will be able to stay in this game as Regan Shearer kind of watches her from behind the plate. Here comes practice pitch number 3. Umpire giving her all the time she needs. That was a rocket off the bat of Kayla Hill. Looked like went off the top of the shin. And it looks like she is going to stay in this game. We're glad to see she's okay. Don't want to see anyone get hurt here. That's going to be outside for ball number 2. And I'm sorry, I have the numbers wrong. That's Riley Hurt that's pitching for Clearwater today. That's going to be over to second base for 1 out. Fielder's choice. It's going to be fielder's choice 5-4. As Blackburn will now be on first base. Riley Hurt, glad to see that she's unhurt today. It's going to be swing and a miss for Mackenzie Hill for strike number 1. It's going to be strike number 2, looking Here comes the 0-2 pitch from Hurt. That's going to be high. Throw it down to first base. Not in time to catch Blackburn. Trying to catch her kind of just sleeping a little bit. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's going to do it for the first. 1 hit, no runs. We go to the bottom of the first. Coming up for the Clearwater Lady Tigers, McKinley Keister, Abby Cheney, and Reagan Shear, live right here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. We are here with the bottom of the first here at the OFC Tournament, the last quarterfinal of the day. Stepping up to the plate for Clearwater Lady Tigers will be, for the Greenville Lady Bears will be Laramie Blackburn, number 20. She is the pitcher today. For the Lady Tigers, they're going to be leading off shortstop, number 26, McKinley Keister. She will come up and be the first batter of the day for the Lady Tigers. She'll be followed by Cheney and Shearer, the center fielder and catcher, respectively. Throw to second is going to finish off the warm-up pitches. We're going to have a quick meeting at the mound, then we're going to get the bottom of the first inning underway. So we want to thank everyone that's watching us here today on Facebook and on YouTube. We want to know where you're watching from. Leave us a comment. Be sure and share the video feed. Give us a like on our pages. And if you're on YouTube, hit that notification bell. Whenever we go live, it'll send you a quick little notification so you can know to come and watch us. We're in the bottom of the first inning. Here is the first pitch to Mackenzie Keister. That's going to be swing and a miss. And that's McKinley Keister for strike 1. Yeah, a lot of heat on that pitch coming up from Laramie Blackburn. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. It's going to be ball outside. As the wind has picked up again, I'm sure Blackburn's going to say that was the reason she missed the throwback pitch from the catcher. 1-1 is the count. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss for strike number 2. That ball might have been tipped, but second strike doesn't really matter that much. Sun might be becoming an issue here down the right field line. Swing and a miss, strike number 3. That's going to do it. Up next, Abby Cheney. That's going to be strike number 1. Here, as time's called, as Cheney's going to mess with her gloves a little bit and step back in the batter's box. Blackburn's ready. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Laying down the bunt right back to Blackburn. She's going to throw it over to first base for the putout. 1-3 on that putout. As we're going to make it 2 outs here in the bottom of the first inning. Score tied at 0. Winner will go on to face Neelyville tomorrow right here on Facebook and on YouTube. We'll have those live for you as well. Here comes the pitch to the third batter in the batting order, catching Reagan Shear. It's going to be strike number 1. Comes the 0-1 pitch. That's outside for ball number 1. 1-1 count. Any kind of movement on the infield is just causing a ton of dust to come up. The wind not helping a bit as well. Here is the 1-1 pitch. That's going to be down in the dirt. Ball number 2. Blackburn's going to take a second, step off the mound, back on now. Here is the 2-1 count. And the pitch. Fouled all the way back to field number 5. It's going to make it 2-2 as Scherer is down to her final strike of the at-bat. 2-2 count, no one on, 2 outs here in the bottom of the first inning. It's going to be high for ball number 3. It looks like some of the Greenville baseball players have joined us. They played Poplar Bluff earlier today. That's going to be hit down the left field line. This might drop for a hit, and it does. As she grounds for, slides into second, will be safe with the double. Shear is the first batter to reach for Clearwater here today. Coming up next, first baseman Georgia Eaton will try to drive Shearer in. Greenville picking up the victory against the Poplar Bluff Mules. 8-1 is the score we are hearing as I see Frankie Castile pulling up beside us. That is going to be ball number 1. To Georgia Eaton. Here comes the second pitch. That's high, ball 2. As Shearer making some noise there on the base path, almost daring the Greenville catcher to try to throw her out. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. That's going to be strike number 1. Two-one pitch on the way to Georgia Eaton. It's going to be high. 3-1 is the count. Runner on second. 2 outs here in the bottom of the first inning. Reagan Shearer with the double down the left field line. The only base runner of the day today for Clearwater. Oh, that one was rocketed off the bat of Eaton back to the fence. As we is now a full count with a runner on second here in the bottom of the first inning. Eaton is ready. Here's the pitch, and that is going to be a strikeout looking. Eaton goes down looking. That's going to do it for the first inning. We are tied at 0. Second inning coming up next here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Welcome back to the Ozark Foothills Conference Softball Tournament, brought to you by your good friends at Christian Automotive and Tire. Christian Automotive and Tire, home for free tire rotations. Give them a call at 573-785-0208. Also being brought to you by J.W. Walker & Sons Recycling on Highway B right outside Poplar Bluff. 573-686-7840 is the number to call. Also want to thank First Choice Insurance. Their family protects your family. That's First Choice Insurance. We're joined now with the good friend of all things softball, the one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend, Frankie Castile. Frankie, how you doing?
You know what? We just got through doing a baseball game on the radio for Poplar Bluff and Greenville. Congratulations, by the way, to Greenville. They were able to get a big win, 8-1 over Poplar Bluff. And in that ball game, Trey Porter had an RBI double and then a solo home run, and then they were able to pour it on as we get back here to live action.
As Cherish Stevens goes up to the plate, is going to foul off the first pitch from Riley Hurt. Glad to see Riley Hurt is okay. She took a ball off the shin in the first inning, walked it off, took a few pitches, but is able to get back on the mound. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That's hit up high in the center field, and it looks like, the second baseman got under it, but will drop it as Stevens will stay at first base. We're going to give her the single for that.
Tell you what, that was a good effort there by the second baseman, and good running there by Greenville as well to get to the bag and not even pay attention. They were going to go all the way no matter what. So now it's one on and nobody out here in the top of inning number 2.
Coming up next, Ruthie Greer for the Lady Bears. She's going to take strike one on the outside corner.
I can't believe you don't like our new scoreboard here, Sean. I cannot believe that.
I think it looks fantastic.
You just don't like having to mess with it.
The inputs we're putting in, I have a few issues with.
No balls and 2 strikes here, and I'm going to let you still do play-by-play. I'm still coming off the Mules game. But I tell you what, though, tomorrow afternoon, the first semifinal at 1 o'clock between Neelyville and Twin Rivers, that's, I think, could be a really good ball game.
I think it's going to be a fantastic game. Neelyville really poured it on late. Twin Rivers, that's going to be a hit up the middle, but it's going to die right there on the infield. Throw over to first base. And gets the out. Excellent play by the second baseman for the Lady Tigers to get the out there. But the runner will advance. Stevens gets it to second on the sacrifice as Greer is put out.
So one down here in the top of inning 2. Still no score. The winner moves on to tomorrow, and they'll take on the top-seeded, the Donovan Donettes.
Yes,
Kimberly Dollins right here in front of me. Yes, you did, Miss Dollins.
Presley walk up for her first at-bat of the day. Swing and a miss for strike one. As on second, Cherish Stevens going to try to get home for the first run of the game as we are in the top of the second inning. 1 out, 1 on. And that's going to be just a chip shot foul back to the backstop. 0-2 is the count.
No balls and 2 strikes here, and Clearwater, whoever gets on the board first, how much momentum is that going to put that team in going forward in this game?
Yeah, we really saw that because Naylor kind of was having problems of really putting innings away as we get the strikeout swinging there for walk for the second out. Naylor would score first and Twin Rivers come right back.
Oh, yeah, I was watching that game live, believe it or not. And then in the last inning, 7th inning, Naylor made it quite interesting.
Yeah, I thought they were going to be able to get the tying run on, but fell just short, losing 7-4 to Twin Rivers. As up now will be Anna Neer for the Lady Bears. She is the 8th hitter at third base today.
1 ball, no strikes here. Top of the second inning, runner on second base, no score.
Here comes second pitch, swing and a miss for strike number 1 for Neer. As Stevens still on second base. It looked like she might have thought about trying to steal, but decided against it.
Some of the baseball team walking in here as we speak from the Poplar Bluff game. I see Trey Porter, I see Owen Shear, and let's see here, the winning pitcher, Cooper Sturgeon, he is joining us. He was the winning pitcher in the ball game, only gave up 1 run.
Great, fantastic effort by him. It is 1-2 count. Here is the pitch. Down in there, all the way to the backstop. That's going to get past the catcher, allowing Stevens to advance to third on the passed ball. 2-2 count now with 2 outs, 1 on here in the top of the second inning.
Tell you what, Greenville is bound determined here to break through. 2 down, 2-2 count, runner on third base, and a lot of pressure on the pitcher now.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch, and that's back in the ground again, but it's going to go up the third base line and not allowing Stevens to come on home.
Well, that's a great job by the catcher there to block it and keep it in front of her, not letting it really get behind her.
Absolutely. Stepping back up to the plate, Neer going to try to get this runner home. We have a full count, 2 outs, runner on third. Here comes the pitch, And that's going to be ball 4 in the dirt. 3 straight balls in the dirt will allow Near to get on with the walk. Coming up next, left fielder Hannah Henderson will have her first at-bat of the day.
So Anna Kinnear now on first base, and odds are, I would say, with runners on the corners, I would say she'll probably take off and take second base.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of steals in this situation so far today here at the OFC tournament. I imagine might wait for pitch number 2 to do that, as that ball is low. It seems like that
1 ball, no strikes.
Has lost a little bit of her command. The past 4 balls have all been low, and the pitch.
It's going to get Coach England to come out here and talk to her as well. And tell you what, Sean, you've done a phenomenal job. I didn't get a chance to listen to a lot, but I got a chance to watch it, and the camera angles are phenomenal.
Yes.
The only thing I don't like about this tournament so far, I've had to look at Nathan Walk's head the entire afternoon. I mean, Nathan Walk has been in front of us all afternoon. He's giving me thumbs up. You know, he's a Braves fan. You know that, right?
Well,
he's a big Atlanta Braves fan.
You know, everyone has flaws. We're, not going to talk too much about it.
We may try to get Nathan Walk on the air tomorrow during the OFC semifinals at the college.
And also, I got to say, I'd much rather be an Atlanta Braves fan than Chicago Cubs fan.
You know what? I'll turn your mic off.
Coming up to bat, Hannah Henderson for the Lady Bears. That's going to be a swing and a miss for strike 1.
And that was a good job by Coach England coming out, settling down the pitcher. Now it's a 1-1 count. Runners on the corners, 2 down. They can still get out of the inning with no damage.
As Hurt prepares her pitch, that's going to be low in the dirt. Ball 2, 2-1 is the count. Again, 2 outs, runner on third. Henderson trying to keep this going to wrap it back around to the top of the lineup for the Lady Bears. Swing and a miss, strike 2, just behind it, not able to catch up as Greenville is down to their final strike of the second inning.
So what most people don't know, you're technically still on vacation, Sean, and how much we appreciate this one fouled away to the screen. How much we've appreciated you coming out on your day before coming back to work to make sure that we had enough manpower to do the OFC tournament. I had to do the Bluff game, and here you are on vacation working as normal.
The OFC tournament's such important to so many people. We're wanting to make sure it was able to go on without a hitch, as that's fouled back to the backstop. 2-2 is still the count. I want to make sure that everyone got to see this, but our Poplar Bluff fans still got to listen to the Mules game. So, it's no problem. Glad to be out here today.
I see all the information you've got. You did a great job doing stats, statistics. I love it.
Yeah, we have to thank the Greenville coach for that stuff over there. She got us batting averages. That's hit down the third baseline. Throw over to first, and that will be the end of the inning. We are tied at 0, going to the bottom of the second. Coming up next for the Clearwater Lady Tigers will be pitcher Riley Hurt, left fielder Kristen Street, and designated hitter Natalie Henson here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Back with the Ozark Foothills Conference Softball Tournament being brought to you by Senator Jason Bean, a proud supporter of high school athletics, wishing good luck to both teams. And Russians Towing. It's Russians to the rescue, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Give them a call, 785-6349. As Riley Hurt steps to the plate, she is on a 1-0 count after ball 1. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. That's going to be hit down the left field line and foul for strike number 1. Hurt batting 5th in the lineup today for the Clearwater Lady Tigers. Laramie Blackburn on the mound for the Lady Bears of Greenville. As Frankie took over the scoreboarding and then went to talk to the scoreboard people, so we'll get that updated here in a second for you, as that is strike number 2 on the foul all the way back to the backstop here. As hopefully that sun will be out of our eyes here in just a few minutes as it's getting closer to that tree line. And I can take off these sunglasses here. As here comes the 1-2 pitch. That's going to be hit right back to the pitcher and through into center field for a single. Riley Hurt gets on base with a single starting off the bottom of the second. Coming up next, Kristen Street, left fielder for the Lady Tigers, will try to keep their good inning going. She steps up to the plate. Here's the pitch. Strike 1 straight down the middle. 1 on, nobody out here in the bottom of the second inning. Kristen Street steps back up to the plate. Here comes the pitch. Strike number 2 down the middle. 0-2 count. So we will try to get the scoreboard here updated here in just a second. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Struck her out on 3 straight pitches. Coming up next, designated hitter Natalie Henson. Here comes Henson's first pitch. That's going to be fouled off to the right-hand side for strike number 1. Henson, the designated hitter for the Lady Tigers. Hurt still at first base, looking to advance as Blackburn delivers, and that's going to be fouled back for strike number 2. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Oh, hit directly up the middle, but right to the center fielder. Throw back to first base. Now time gets past first baseman, but Hurt will stay there. Henson got all of that, but just directly to the center fielder for the fly out. As coming up next, third baseman Jordan Patterson will head to the plate for her first at-bat of the day. Here comes the first pitch to Patterson. That's going to be high and outside. Great job by the Neelyville, or by the Greenville catcher, Mackenzie Hill, to snag that. Make sure it didn't go back to the backstop. Here comes pitch number 2. That's going to be fouled back for strike number 1. One count, 2 outs, runner on first here for Jordan Patterson. As runners reach base in each of the first 2 innings for Clearwater. That's going to be fouled back again for strike number 2. As Blackburn sizes her up, delivers, and that's going to be strike number 3. Swinging Patterson goes down, and that's going to do it for the second inning. We are still tied at 0 here at the Ozark Foothills Conference Softball Tournament. Go to the top of the third next. Greenville's coming up here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. We are back with the third inning here at the Ozark Foothills Conference softball tournament between Greenville and Clearwater. Greenville coming up to bat with the top of the order. Brianna Despain will lead off. She led off the first inning and went down 7-3. She'll be the first batter here. We want to thank some of our great sponsors here at the OFC tournament, including Liberty Utilities, Sustaining Energy and Water for Life, proud sponsor of the Ozark Foothills Conference tournament. We also want to thank Barker's Towing and Automotive for 24/7 towing service, auto repair, maintenance, and more. Remember, Barker's by request, 573-785-7811. Black River Shooting Supplies and Caliber Cafe, proud supporters of the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament. Glad to have them with us as well. We also want to thank the Scott Law Firm. Let the Scott Law Firm help protect your family. That's the Scott Law Firm, helping bring you the OFC tournament right here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Looks like Hurt is ready, as is Brianna Despain, the leadoff hitter here on the third inning for the Greenville Lady Bears. Of course, she grounded out 7-3 in the, that should be 6-3 in the first inning. First pitch, strike number one. Spain steps back up to the plate. And here comes the 0-1 pitch. That's way outside for ball number one. Spain with a wide open stance, going to try to pull the ball down the left field line. That's going to be low, no chance to do anything with that ball. 2-1 is the count. That's going to be hit down the right field line. Will stay fair for the putout. 3 unassisted. That's out number one. Coming up next, third baseman Kayla Hill. She singled in the first inning, was thrown out on the base pass on the fielder's choice. Here comes the pitch. Outside for ball number one. Hill steps back to the plate. And that's going to be ball number two. Hill watches that one go just above the strike zone. The 2-0 pitch, it will be in for a strike as Blackburn, as Hurt able to get that ball across for a strike. Hurt's ready. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. That's fouled back and out of play. 2-2 is your count. 0-1, 1 out here in the top of the third inning. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. That's going to be swung on and fouled. It hit the ground, so that means we will do that again. 2-2 is the count. No one on. No. 1 out here in the third inning. Here's the pitch, and that's going to be hit down the left field, and that's going to be caught by the center fielder for the putout. Hill goes down and fly out 8. Coming up next will be Laramie Blackburn, the pitcher. Will face her counterpart, trying to get something going. Here's the first pitch. That's going to be a ball in the dirt. I apologize for my sniffles. A lot of dust is being kicked up here today, kind of messing with my allergies a little bit. Here comes the 1-0 count. That's going to be fouled down the left field line for strike number 1. Looking like we need to retrieve the ball. We kind of ran out of balls here for a second. Will happen. This small little delay. The ball's back in field, and we can get back going here. Here comes the 1-1 pitch from Riley Hurt. That's hit. Oh, just past the third baseman's outstretched glove. That will be a single. Oh, as Blackburn thought about trying to extend it, but will not. She'll stay at first with the first hit of the day for her. Her second time on base. She had the fielder's choice in the first inning. Runner on, 2 outs here for the Greenville Lady Bears in the third inning. As Frankie Castile has been whining and dining some of the luminaries around here.
You'll understand what I've been doing here in just in a minute.
As a hit down to the third base line will end up in the out. That's going to do it for Greenville here in the third inning. We are tied at 0 going to I
want to keep it here for just a moment. And the reason why is while you've been whining and dining here, the folks, the listeners and the viewers, I've been out trying to do actual work, Sean, actually make sure that we're up to date here. And I do want to talk to people for just a moment. If you're watching us right now on Facebook and YouTube, I can't see you. I know you're there. Just so you know, there is a possibility. Don't know what's going to happen yet, but they are talking about moving the semifinals of the OFC and playing the OFC semifinals and possibly third place and championship all in the same day. Now they're working on trying to beat the weather to come in on Thursday. We're expecting some rain, maybe some storms, but then another better chance of rain on Friday rather. So that being said, right now the athletic director, Chris Hahn, the principal, Nathan Walk, they're all getting together with all the coaches, and they are trying to figure out what is the easiest way. I did put my input in, and I did tell them that I don't want to do this, side by side like we did today. And I want to speak for just a moment to the fans of East Carter and Neelyville. We were put in a situation where we had to choose. We didn't want to choose. It was just something we had to do. And I told them that being semifinals, being third place and championship, I really stressed I do not want to pick. And I want to be able to showcase each team. And these girls, they work hard for it. They deserve it. That is the plan, is to play each game in its entirety. But it could be where we start tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. and we go all day. We don't know yet. Hopefully by the time we're done today, we'll be able to get you a full schedule, and we'll let you know.
Absolutely. We'll keep an eye on that, bring you updates as they come available. Now to the bottom of the third, Aaliyah Barfield up to the plate. She is batting second for the she's batting ninth at second base for the Clearwater Lady Tigers as she takes ball number 1. Barfield's ready. Here comes the second pitch, and that will be strike number 1. 1-1 is the count. Nobody on here in the bottom of the third inning.
Make sure and share this video for us on social media. If you're watching us on Facebook, hit that share button for us. We want to reach as many people as we possibly can.
Blackburn has been dealing, has 4 strikeouts so far, and now is set up primed for her 5th. 2 strikes, 1 ball is the count. Here comes the pitch. Swung on and missed. That's going to be strike number 3. 6 strikeouts. The first trip through the order for Laramie Blackburn. She is just dealing so far today. Only 2 people have reached base.
You want a shot of this green drink, Sean?
I do not.
Just saying, you sound like you need a shot of ginger and kale.
I do not. 1 out, as that's going to be strike number 1 for McKinley Keister. She struck out in the first inning. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike number 2. That one looked like it was a bit high, but Keister couldn't stay away from trying to swing at it. 0-2, 1 out. Nobody on here in the bottom of the third inning. As here comes the pitch. That's going to be fouled back. Another souvenir for
Tell you
field
what,
number 2.
Laramie Blackburn, I got a chance to meet her. She actually played softball against my daughter last year. I got a chance to talk to her during the OFC basketball tournament. Really good kid.
Yes.
She's a senior, and she's going to do great things in life for sure post high school.
As
good battle here, 0-2 count.
Keister doing real well to keep.
Yeah, McKinley Keister. She's one of those kids, a junior. She plays shortstop. She's really, really athletic. She's quick. And it just takes one little spark here with one down here in the third to get things going.
But Blackburn has been proven to be hard to decipher. Only 2 hits so far today, as that's going to be popped straight up on the infield. Center fielder coming for it. Shortstop over, makes the catch. And that's going to be out number 2 on the fly out just outside of the infield. Great play by the shortstop for the Greenville Lady Bears to kind of pace over and get it. That'll be Brianna Despain able to get the put out there.
Still no score here in the bottom of the third inning, and right now Clearwater looking to get something going with 2 on, nobody out.
As Abby Cheney steps to the plate, swings and misses at strike number 1.
I cannot believe you don't like that scoreboard. I love the way it looks.
I love the scoreboard.
You've got to be the one to manually do the scoreboard. Tim's not going to do it. I mean, his job is so simple. No, I'm just kidding. It's not true at all. His job is so difficult. I don't want nothing to do with it.
As Cheney was getting a little too close to the plate, possibly, for Blackburn as she throws it inside, kind of brushes her back. I'm pretty sure that wasn't intentional. But
so what was your favorite part here as we watched this pitch come in from a ball? What was your favorite part about vacation? Tell me, I know you left the country.
Yeah, I went down to the Dominican Republic. I can't talk about my favorite part. We were at an all-inclusive resort. I'll just leave it at that.
But you did have a great time. That's all that matters.
Had a lot of fun. Honestly, the best part was I went down for a friend's wedding.
That's awesome.
And they had a great time. The wedding was absolutely beautiful.
Okay, so answer me this. 3 balls and 1 strike here and 2 down in the inning. We'll wait for this pitch here by Blackburn, and then I'll ask you my favorite question. Ooh, strike is called. Good pitch.
3-2 full count, 2 outs here for Abby Cheney.
When did it dawn on you that tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow morning you come back to reality and come back to work? I know you're here today, but I mean you're going to be in the office tomorrow.
I had to be in the office for a little bit earlier today. That's kind of like, yep, it's back, as there's another strikeout for Blackburn. We'll talk more about my vacation coming up next, as the Greenville Lady Bears will be coming up to bat, tied at 0. We're done with 3. 4th inning coming up here at the OFC Softball Tournament here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. The OFC Softball Tournament continues here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB, but it couldn't continue without the great work of our sponsors, including Mossy Oak Properties, where at Mossy Oak Properties and Mozark Realty, their clients come first. Contact any of the full-time agents of Mozark Realty at 573-712-2252 or online at mozark.com. Also want to thank Stan Bader Wood Truss for residential and commercial and all types of wood trusses. Stan Bader has been building wood trusses for over 47 years. For more information, call 573-328-4150 or contact them on Facebook. Also want to thank White Sanders Funeral Home in Fisk and Kewlin. Jim and Kathy Sanders, proud to be supporters of the community. You can give them a call at 573-967-3300. Also, Colton Steakhouse and Grill, your full-service restaurant with daily specials, appetizers, beverages, and mouth-watering steaks. 573-686-3830 is the number to call to put yourself in order. All great sponsors of the Ozark Foothills Conference Tournament, as we are starting off with the fly ball out to right field and out. As Cherish Stevens was swinging on the first pitch.
Okay, so I've got some interesting news here. So I told you this is a very fluid situation. It's going to be changing. So here's what we're looking at right now. We're looking at keeping The time's the same tomorrow, which would be 1 and 3.
Okay.
And then it looks like it will be possibly 10 a.m. and noon on Thursday at the college. This one hit the second base and got her at first base. Sorry, Sean, go ahead.
No, you're good. Excellent throw by the second baseman to get Stevens, to get Greer out at first right before she could get there. 2 pitches, 2 outs so far here in the bottom of the 4th for the Clearwater Lady Tigers.
So just like I said, we think we know what's going to happen now. So right now we're going to go ahead and say that tomorrow 1 and 3 o'clock. So if your team won today, then plan on everything being the same tomorrow. But on Thursday, it looks like those times will be moved up 10 a.m. and noon. And that means it's very important now as we see a strike there. Good swing and a miss. Good pitch. It looks like Tim and I will have a very early start on Thursday. And that means, Sean, yes, you'll have to go to work early and get some stuff done. I'm just saying. No more vacation for you.
I just want to say, I didn't get a chance to say earlier, congratulations to Richard and Gina on their wedding.
Yes.
I know Richard might be watching, so one big congrats to him. As we are now still tied at 0, 1-1 count here in the bottom of the, or top of the 4th inning, as that's going to be a strikeout to end the inning for Presley Walk. She's going to have a seat, as we're going to switch it up and do it with the Clearwater Lady Tigers coming up next. They're going to be led off by Reagan Shear. That's on the way here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Now back to the OFC Softball Tournament here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Being brought to you by Cornell Trucking. For all your hauling needs, call Cornell Trucking at 573-967-3958. Also being brought to you by Farm Credit of Southeast Missouri. Farm Credit of Southeast Missouri has been serving the farmers of Southeast Missouri since 1917. You can give them a call at 877-730-7327.
Tell you what, a really good ball game here. 0-0 here going into the bottom of the 4th inning. I knew this game was going to be competitive. I knew it was going to be a low-scoring game. You've got 2 teams, a 5 and a 4 seed, and they're playing true to that 5 and 4 seed. This is really anybody's ball game, and it's going to come down to, in my opinion, which pitcher makes that first mistake and which hitter can capitalize.
Absolutely. Reagan Shearer looking to be the first hitter to take advantage of, but Blackburn has been on the money so far. She has 2 strikeouts each inning, 6 on the game so far. Gets strike number 1 right there. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That's popped up to the left field side. Shortstop is under it and makes the catch. Fantastic catch by the shortstop for Greenville, and that is Brianna Despain.
Yeah,
absolutely doing
good
some
basketball
fantastic
player
work.
Too. What's amazing is watching these kids on Clearwater and Greenville. Some really good basketball players out here as well. Got a chance to call their games back in February during the OFC basketball tournament. Very athletic teams here.
As Georgia Eaton watches ball 1 go high, she's going to step to the plate. She struck out in the first inning looking, one of the few looking strikeouts for Laramie Blackburn so far today. As that's going to be ball 1 high and inside.
Ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes.
Oh, 2 balls.
2 balls.
I thought a strike was called in the first inning.
No.
Some of these umpires have been a little bit sneaky with their strike calls. It's throwing me off. There's strike number 1.
Now there's a strike.
Yeah.
Dave Crockett, the home plate umpire, does a phenomenal job umpiring.
As here comes the 2-1 pitch from Laramie Blackburn. Strike number 2.
2-2 count here.
No.
Bottom of the 4th inning, no score. Which team is going to come through first?
As you know that Eaton is looking to get something that, not going to be able to do anything with that one. That one looks like it might have slipped out of Blackburn's hand, and she just kind of bowled it all the way down to the catcher. Full count, no one on, 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
This would be big if Clearwater gets that leadoff runner on.
That's hit down the right field line. We'll do it again. full count, 1 out. As Eaton struck out in the first inning, want to avenge that here in the fourth. All right, Eaton back at the plate. Here comes Blackburn with the pitch and fouled back. We will do it again.
Just sitting here looking, Sean, at the fans who have come out. Greenville, good crowd by Clearwater. Can you imagine what Three Rivers is going to look like tomorrow with either team winning? They will take on the top-seeded Doniphan Donettes, who is having a great season on the other side, Twin Rivers and Neelyville. It's going to come down to a couple of really good ball games tomorrow.
As there is the strikeout, the 7th of the game for Blackburn. Eaton has a seat. Coming up next, the other pitcher, Riley Hurt. She had a single back in the second and looking to salvage a little bit of this inning. No one on, 2 outs here in the bottom of the fourth. Real pitcher's duel going on. Hurt has not been bad on her side either. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be fouled back to the backstop. 0-1 will be your count.
Tell you what, I kind of feel like I'm not contributing very much. Usually I'm the guy writing everything down and doing 15,000 things at once, and I'm just sitting here kind of not sure what to do with myself.
Well, you know, every once in a while, it's nice to have.
It is nice. It absolutely is.
Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That's hit right back up the middle, and that's going to be a hit.
Yep.
Yes, that's going to be Hurt's second hit of the game. That will go all the way to the fence. She's rounding first. On her way to second. Will be up with a stand-up double. Hurt with 2 hits on the day, a single and a double, and Clearwater might have something going here. 2 outs, runner on second here in the bottom of the fourth. Coming up next will be left fielder Kristen Street. She struck out back in the second inning.
The sixth batter in the lineup coming up, and now she's got a golden opportunity here with a runner on second base, 2 down in the bottom of the fourth inning. With a runner in scoring position, can she get one to the grass and drive in that run from second base?
As here comes the pitch. And that's down in the dirt. It looks like
no, the runner didn't take off on that.
No.
Could have been possibly a runner on third base, but instead it's 1 ball, no strikes. Runner still holds at second.
Yeah, with 2 outs, I kind of understand it. You never want to make the third out at third base. A single will score. Hurt with the speed she has.
But at some point, you got to test that theory and be more, possibly be more aggressive on the base pads.
Here comes the 1-0 pitch. That is straight down the middle for strike number 1. 1-1 is the count with 2 outs, runner on second. Street struck out back in the second inning after a single by Hurt. Double by Hurt in this inning. Will Street be able to bring her on home? Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Inside for ball number 2.
2 balls, then a strike. Runner still on second base. 2 down here in the fourth inning at a 0-0 score. The winner goes on and takes on the top-seeded Donettes of Doniphan tomorrow at 3 p.m.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. Strike number 2.
Count is even now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Still runner on second base. No score.
I will say in the first inning, Blackburn gave up a double, struck out the very next hitter. Looking like history could repeat itself. She's also had 2 strikeouts each inning. Will that continue? Strike 3 called. Also looking. That's going to do it for the fourth. We're going to the 5th inning. Tied at 0 here at the OFC Tournament on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB.
Going to the top of the 5th inning right now, and of course we're still scoreless here, 0-0. Clearwater, Greenville, the winner going on to take on Doniphan. Sean Manning on the call this afternoon, or this evening. I'm Frankie Castile. Tim Hicks is doing the O-camera. Right now he's adjusting his camera down that first base line. Make sure if you do us a favor, hit that share button for us on Facebook. Also, let us know where you're watching from. And, of course, a big shout-out to our viewers on YouTube as well. Sean's got some sponsors that we're going to be mentioning as well. Without these guys, we're not able to do this anyway.
No, we want to give big thanks to Hester Trucking, available for all of your dump trucking needs. Give Randy, Jason, Sean, or Devin a call at 573-328-1160. Also want to thank K&A Roofing. Rain or shine, K&A Roofing and Contracting is here to provide you 24/7 access. That's K&A Roofing, 573-718-2869. All right, it is now time for the top of the 5th inning. Coming up, Anna Kinnear will be heading to the plate for the Greenville Lady Bears. She walked back in the 2nd inning and will get ready to take on Riley Hurt. Here comes first pitch. That's going to be hit to the second baseman. It's dropped.
And that's going to be an E4.
Yes, E4 for the second baseman for Clearwater. That could cause a first possible run to come across, as the Greenville has something going here in the top of the 5th inning.
Is that Barfield there on second base?
Let's see here.
This one fouled away down the third base line for a strike. No balls and 1 strike.
Barfield with there. You know she's going to want that one back.
Absolutely. You know, the important thing is to remember, if you're Barfield and the rest of the infield, a runner on first base, no damage yet, nobody out, 0-1 count.
Yeah.
A lot of time, a lot of softball left. Now she's 0-2. She gets this out here, and the runner still stays at first base. It's really kind of all forgiven for the time being.
Yeah, we haven't seen a double play yet today. Of course, we weren't watching the other game, but always a possibility here, especially on a sharply hit ground ball.
There's a couple of home runs hit in that first game with Neelyville and East Carter, too. We'll get you those in just a moment.
That's going to be hit right to the shortstop. No play second, goes over to first, and that is going to be a fielder's choice. Advances the runner. So that'd be a sacrifice, not a fielder's choice. Henderson advances the runner to second. And that's going to bring up Brianna Despain.
In the first game of the afternoon, East Carter and Neelyville. For Neelyville, Dixie Cloud, the pitcher, first game back from concussion, takes ball 1 there in the dirt. She was actually able to not only come back and pitch her first game since being on concussion protocol, she also hit a 2-run home run. And Reese Dobbins had 2 hits, including a 2-run homer as well.
As Brianna Despain been fantastic in the field so far today. Less at the plate. She's 0 for 2. Is going to look to try to get this runner in. Runner on second, 1 out here in the top of the 5th inning. As here comes the pitch. That's low for ball 3.
Yep, 3 balls and no strikes, and a runner on second base now. So now, if you're Clearwater, now is the time to be on your toes. You've got a 3-0 count, runner on second base, only 1 down in the inning so far.
As here comes the pitch from Hurt. That's going to be strike number 1.
That was a good pitch, and a good job by the batter to take that pitch. She had the green light to swing away, but she decided to take it and make her throw her 3 good pitches.
Yeah, here comes the 3-1 pitch. Hit right back up the middle. That's going to be booted by the second baseman. The runner will stay at third, does not advance to home. We're going to call that one a single, with sharply hit, so we'll give her a single there. Runners on the corners, 1 out, as Greenville has something brewing here in the 5th inning. As Kinnear advances to third base, Despain will be at first. Kinnear thought about trying to come home, with 1 out, decided not to chance it. Going to bring up Kayla Hill, who has a single, 1 for 2 on the day. She did fly out to the outfield in the 3rd inning. Could be possible. And that's going to be a strike. They're not even going to bother trying to stop Despain as she advances.
That's a smart play. Keep the runner on third base. Let Despain have the base. It's not hurting you right now. And keep that run still attached to third base with an 0-1 count.
I don't want to whisk an error, as that's going to be ball number 1 in the dirt. Of course, now a single could drive home 2 possibly. As we have Despain at second, Kinnear at third, 2 on, 1 out, 1-1 pitch coming to Kayla Hill. As Hurt is ready on the mound, here comes the pitch. That's going to be high and outside for ball number 2. Hill thought about offering it that, decided against it at the last moment, and that was the right call there.
2 balls and 1 strike. Here we are live at McLane Park, field number 1 in Poplar Bluff. OFC Quarterfinals, final game of the night. 3 balls and 1 strike.
Hill having as Hertz having a little bit of trouble finding the strike zone here. 3 balls, 1 strike. One more ball will load up the bases with just 1 out. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. That's hit right back up the third base line. She's going to throw it over to first.
Safe.
Will be safe, and that is going to drive in a run. Hill gets the job done. Drives in Kinnear to put the first run on the board. Greenville up 1-0 as Despain will stay at second. The third baseman was kind of caught between no man's land, didn't know whether to come home or throw to first. Threw to first too late. That allowed the run to score. That's going to be popped up to center field, back and off the center fielder's glove. Here come the runners rounding third. She's on the way home. She will make it, making it 2-0. That's going to third will be Kayla Hill. She makes it in safely. It's going to be a long single for Laramie Blackburn as she stays at first base, but she does drive in Brianna Despain. 2-0 the score here in favor of the Greenville Lady Bears.
Mackenzie Hill coming up to the plate now with a runner still in scoring position. Timeout called here as they all get together along the infield to kind of settle down the pitcher and let her know we're still in the ball game, down by 2 runs now. Greenville's able to break through here in the 5th inning, and these 2 runs are very critical because up until this point, no runs have been scored by either team, and that tells you how hard it's been to break through, and now Greenville's done that, and now the pressure clearly on Clearwater's side. We'll see how they respond. 1 down with runners on first and third base.
Well, Clearwater's going to have to take care of this jam at first before they get to their part of the inning.
Absolutely.
Here comes the pitch, and that's hit right back up the middle as well to the center fielder. She makes the catch. Going to have a play possible at the plate. Nope, she will throw it to second as Kayla Hill will come around to score. It is now 3-0. Favor of the Greenville Lady Bears on the sacrifice fly by Mackenzie Hill.
That's great base running by Greenville all the way around. That's how it's taught. She knew where the ball was. She knew her speed, and it was her job to get home. Great sacrifice there, giving him a 3-run lead.
That brings Cherish Hill up to the plate. She takes ball 1. Hill is 1 for 2 on the day. Today had a single, advance all the way to third, was not able to come home back in the 2nd inning. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. That's going to be hit to the third baseman. She will throw over to first, and that's a great stretch by the first baseman to end the inning. That's the inning for Greenville. They score 3 runs, take a 3-0 lead. We'll be back with more here of the OFC Tournament at Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB.
Big shout out to our viewers right now watching us on YouTube, about 31 so far here on a quarterfinal night. Also, a big shout out to those watching us on Facebook. Make sure and hit that share button for us and let us know where you're watching from as well. And now Blackburn, in my mind, she's got everything going for her right now, Sean. Up 3-0 here in the bottom of the 5th inning, and they're coming down to their final 9 outs. And Greenville able to break free, and now it is 3-0.
Clearwater's going to have to do something to figure out Blackburn. She has 8 strikeouts for the day, including 2 looking, both of those to end innings with runners on second base. They're going to have to do something. Here comes Henson to start off the bottom of the 5th for Clearwater. First pitch is up and high for ball number 1. Blackburn just been absolutely dealing, has 2 strikeouts each inning so far in the game today. 1-0 count. Here's the pitch. That's going to be hit right back up the middle. Blackburn grabs it, throws it to first, and that's going to be a quick out.
That was a great play by Blackburn, on her toes, knowing where the ball was, exactly when it was hit back to her, and quickly 1 down here in the inning.
Of course, we have some breaking news. Want to make sure everyone knows about. Just came in to our studios. The St. Louis Cardinals are actually winning a baseball game, which hasn't happened much this year, up 2-1 over the Diamondbacks.
I'm confused. Hang on. Yeah, they're in last place, right? Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're in last place.
The pitching has not been great for the Cardinals this year. I'll just come out and say that. Here comes the pitch. That's hit down the right field line. Jordan Patterson for strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike is the count. 3-0 is your score. Blackburn just been dealing throughout the game today. Has only given up, looks like 3 hits through 4 and a third. 1-1 count to Patterson. She struck out back in the second inning. That's inside for ball number 2.
2 balls, then a strike. Is that what you've got?
That's what I got.
All right. 3-0 Greenville leads. They are the 5 seed, looking to get past Clearwater and get to tomorrow, and they will take on the number 1 seed.
Tough matchup for whoever
it is.
Wins today with the Donovan Donettes. That's going to be strike number 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Jordan Patterson trying to avoid her second strikeout of the game. As here comes the pitch. And that's going to be hit to the third baseman. And it's through.
Good
as
hit.
Patterson will get to first base on the single. Fantastic contact. And she's going to advance to second as the ball gets passed all the way to the backstop. She's going to now run to third, thinking about coming home, but will decide against it. Patterson with the single advances 2 bases on the throwing error. As now something going for the Clearwater. Don't have to get all 3 back this inning. 1 will help. Runner on third, 1 out. Coming to the plate will be Aaliyah Barfield. She struck out back in the third inning to start off that inning.
You know, if she's able to get contact here, Sean, and drive a run in, how big would that be for her confidence? She knows she made an error in the top part, or the last inning rather, top part of the inning, which cost them a run. She would love to get that back right here.
Even a slow hit to the second baseman or shortstop would be enough to get Patterson in as she swings and misses at the first pitch.
You know why I love the OFC so much? It's because we don't have a dog in the fight. All we want to see is good ball games.
That's fouled back to the backstop. 0-2 is the count, 1 out. Here, Barfield struck out swinging in the third. You know that's going to be weighing on her mind a little bit, not wanting to do that again with the runner at third base. As Blackburn sizes up. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike number 3. Barfield will have a seat. Her second strikeout of the game. As coming up to bat, McKinley Keister.
2 down in the inning now. Here in the bottom of the 5th inning, still 3-0.
Here comes the first pitch, and that's fouled back almost over the high backstop.
I will say if Clearwater's able to get a run in here, it's kind of going to alleviate some of the pressure on Clearwater to be down 3-1, currently 3-0 now. And we're in the middle innings right now, and we're pushing toward that 6th and 7th inning.
Especially don't want to kind of let go this opportunity with a runner on third, 1 out.
And now they're down to their final strike in the at-bat possibly. No 0-2 count, 2 down, runner on third base. She was able to advance on the overthrow, and they would love to get that run in right now.
Blackburn ready. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. The second strikeout of the inning. 10th strikeout of the day for Laramie Blackburn. She has been absolutely on fire. We'll be back with the 6th inning coming up here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Welcome back to the OFC Softball Tournament here on Facebook and YouTube. I want to thank some of our great sponsors, including White's Truck Repair. They offer preventative maintenance and 24-hour roadside service. Call White's Truck Repair at 573-989-6248. Also want to thank Southern Care and Comfort. Let Southern Care and Comfort care for you and your loved ones the way they do their own. Southern Care and Comfort, 573-686-2273. Also want to thank Redneck Garage Automotive and ATV Repair. Keep your vehicle in check with Redneck, 573-872-0131. As we now move on to the sixth inning, the Greenville Lady Bears up 3-0 over the Clearwater Lady Tigers. Ruthie Greer, first baseman, will step to the plate. She's 0 for 1 for the day today. Had a sacrifice back in the second. She hits it right back to Riley Hurt, who will pass over to first. Quick one pitch, one out here in the start off the sixth inning.
This game is moving on by. We had the Bluff game end early over there. And it's funny is because when Tim is with me, our ball games are about 3 hours plus. Yeah. Today, 1 hour and 48 minutes.
Those new pace of play rules really helping us. Swing and a miss for a strike for Presley Walk. She's 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts for today.
Not so much the new pitching clock that you're talking about as much as we couldn't score a run today. That's kind of what happened.
That'll do it as well. As that ball is hit up
you got to catch that, Sean. You got to use your hands.
I have to reach out much farther than I would be able to catch that. 0-2 is the count. 1 out here in the top of the sixth inning. Presley Walk. In the bottom of the fifth inning. They have not updated the thing over there. Top of the sixth. Yeah, that threw me off. I thought
our
it was top of the
scoreboard
sixth.
is correct.
Yes.
I think the ball hit him.
It might have.
No, you're good. Chris Hahn doing a great job, the athletic director here for Greenville. Swing and a miss.
Strike 3.
That's 2 outs.
That's going to be the third strikeout of the day for Presley Walk.
Listen, Sean, I got to tell you, can't call out the athletic director who is going above and beyond for us. You can't.
I would never.
You realize he can walk over there and pull the power plug, right? And then we're all going to be in trouble. We're all going to blame Tim, like we always do.
Top of the sixth inning, 3-0 is the score. Greenville swings, and that's going to be right to the shortstop, but it's going to bounce up on her. Not a whole lot she could do. She was in position. That ball just took a bounce off a rock or a piece of dirt or something and kicked off away. That's going to put –
it's going to be an E6 there on the shortstop. And it could have been an out.
Anna Kinnear has now gotten on thanks to errors in 2 consecutive innings. Last time she came around to score the first run of the game.
This one fouled away to the screen. No balls and 1 strike. We are in the top of the sixth inning right now. Greenville leads 3-0, 2 down, and a runner on first base.
As Hannah Henderson up at the plate, she is 1 for 2 on the day today. 0 for 1 with the sacrifice not counting as an at-bat as so much. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That's going to be strike number 2.
You can hear that pop in the glove, too, all the way back here. And we're a good, 30, 40 feet away from the backstop.
Here comes the 0-2 pitch to Henderson. Swing and a miss. She tipped it. And that's going to keep her in the play today, or in the play this at-bat, I should say. Don't get ejected for foul tips, I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's how it is. Here is the 0-2 pitch to Henderson. She swings, does not tip. That one goes down swinging. That's going to do it for the top of the sixth inning. Clearwater coming up in the bottom of the sixth next. Keep it here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB.
Here we go as we get ready for the bottom of inning number 6 right now. Greenville leads at 3-0. And, Sean, I tell you what, this would be the game. This would be the inning, rather, where if you're Clearwater, you want to get at least 1 run back. You don't want to go into a 7th inning down by 3 runs. As good as Blackburn has been on the diamond, on the mound here today, this is your inning if you're Clearwater. got to get a run right here tonight.
Abby Cheney at the plate. So far for the day, Blackburn only giving up 4 hits, but has 10 strikeouts to go with that. Blackburn struck out back in the third. Only 2 players for Clearwater have not struck. I'm sorry, 3 players have not struck out in the game today. As Cheney is getting ready for the 1-0 pitch to come our way. Blackburn is set. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike number 1.
You know, in high school baseball back in 2000 through 2003, I set the all-time school record for Poplar Bluff. You knew that, right?
For strikeouts?
I played baseball for striking out.
Yeah.
I averaged 3 strikeouts a ball game. That's why I got benched. No,
Hey, no.
Ooh, good pitch, good miss, good take.
You know what they say? The managers that have the most losses are always the best managers because they wouldn't keep managing otherwise if they didn't have the wins to counteract. 2-1 is the count. Here's the pitch. Strike number 2 to Abby Cheney.
2 balls and 2 strikes here. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th inning, trying to get on base, the leadoff runner aboard, and get Clearwater going.
As Blackburn eyeing down her catcher. Here comes the pitch just outside, ball 3.
How many base runners today has Clearwater left on base?
4. They've
4.
had 1 base runner, 1 hit, I should say, in the 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th innings. The 5th inning had the runner advance to 3rd on the error, but was stranded there. Here comes the pitch.
There you go. Base hit right down the right field.
And that's kicked into right field. As Cheney goes to 2nd, is going to advance to 3rd. She will be there standing up. Gets the single, advances on there. Clearwater has something going here in the 6th inning.
That is a big-time hit by her, and then the air in right field as she was able to get it into the gap between first base and second base. Nobody there, and she is able, with her speed and her ability, she takes a routine single and stretches it out 2 extra bases on the air.
Yes, Cheney now at 3rd base. Nobody out. Clearwater has to get this run in as Reagan Scherer steps up to bat. She has not struck out today. One of only 3 players who has not done that for Clearwater, but she takes strike 1.
You know, we were just talking, we got started that this is their inning, and right there you got a leadoff base hit, and then it gets booted in the outfield for an extra base hit.
As here comes the 0-1 pitch. That's going to be hit down the left field line.
That should score.
And that's going to be dropped. Here comes the run, and that is going to be 3-1 as Scherer goes to 2nd on the error. Even if it wasn't dropped, that would have probably still scored a run. 3-1 is your score here with no outs in the bottom of the 6th inning and a runner on 2nd.
Now here's the important thing to remember: as you've got a runner on 2nd base, 1 is scored, still nobody out in the inning, and a great job by the infield here by Greenville getting together and making sure that Blackburn knows that we're up by 2 runs, nobody out, let's settle down. But what a way for Clearwater to come back, and it would help if I actually would give Clearwater a run. So my apology. There you go. Don't get mad at me.
Not so easy, is it?
I forgot. I was getting excited. 3-1 the score. Nobody out here in the 6th.
Here comes Georgia Eaton trying to keep this rally going. 3-1 is the score. First pitch is in for a strike. Scherer trying to maybe challenge the catcher a little bit. Getting a little bit off 2nd base, trying to bait a throw out. There's nothing doing for her.
Is that a strike or a ball?
I thought it was called a strike.
I thought he said ball.
Okay.
I think he said ball.
Okay. There's going to be a strike. 1-1 is the count now.
Not so easy, is it, Sean?
Hey, you're
That watch should be 0-2.
It is 0-2.
It is 0-2.
And that's going to be a ball in the dirt. 1-2 is the count. As Georgia Eaton has struck out twice on the day. Definitely not wanting to continue that. As here comes the 2-1 pitch, as they've now changed it to 2-1.
I was right. Yeah, I knew I was right. It was. Okay, I was right the whole time. It's 3 balls and 1 strike.
3-1 is the count.
Got Heather Ann all tuning in all the way in from El Paso, Texas, and there's a walk. And now runners are on 1st and 2nd base with only 1 down here, or no outs here in the inning.
Yeah, no outs here, and runners on 1st and 2nd. Go-ahead run coming up to the plate
I think Connie Taylor, don't want to step on you again, but yes, Donovan is in this tournament, Miss Connie. They play tomorrow, and they'll play at 3 p.m.
Riley Hurt steps to the plate. Oh, we got possible pickoff at third, but no, she's just going to walk her back as Cheney decided to get a little adventurous there. The Greenville catcher was having none of it. Mackenzie Hill just stares her back all the way down to second base. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. That's going to be strike number one. 1-1 is the count. 3-1 still the score, but Clearwater has 2-1, nobody out here in a possible big sixth inning.
Tying run is on first base now, and here is the 1-1 pitch.
That's hit center field, and it is deep, but caught for the out. Cheney's going to run to third, but will go back as she slides into the second baseman.
That was a great play by the center fielder, making the catch on the fence, by the way, 200 feet away, and still able to get that ball in. A rocket shot to third base, keeping that runner on second, not allowing her to advance.
Blackburn now has a chance to get out of the inning with a double play. Coming up is Kristen Street. She has struck out twice today. Looks like we have a little bit of a discussion here over on the left side of the infield.
So we got a pinch hitter coming in now.
Number 15 for Clearwater will be coming in. That will be Cameron Harris.
A sophomore.
Yes, she will be taking over.
Well, she'll probably be batting, and she'll probably, I would say that the player that was in her place will re-enter more than likely.
Will be Kristen Street. We just heard the pinch hitter. So here comes the pitch. Inside for a ball. As here comes the 1-0 pitch to Cameron Harris. Strike number one. 1-1 is the count. 2-1, 1 out. 3-1 is your score here in the bottom of the sixth inning. As it has gotten dark here. That's going to be ball two on the ball in the dirt. 2-1.
We're going to play some Midnight Madness. Coming up on 7:55 here on this Tuesday night. Glad to have you tuned in wherever you're watching from. Good pitch.
Strike two right there on the inside corner as Harris just watches it go by. 2-2 is your count. We have 1 out, 2 on. Runners on first and second. Georgia Eaton on first. Reagan Shearer on second. As Blackburn sizes up Harris, here is the pitch. Swing and a miss for strike three.
2 down in the inning. Big strikeout there, and now they're 1 out away from getting out of the inning. I want to say a big thank you again to Brian Faith as well as Lanny Corchamelia, the Poplar Bluff Parks and Recreation, letting us have a tent, table. There's a fly ball. This one stays on the infield. The shortstop comes in and makes the out. And now we go to the top of the 7th. 2 runners left on. And now it is still a 2-run game as Clearwater trails at 3-1. You're watching live coverage of the OFC Softball Tournament. We are live here on Today's Talk, KWOC Facebook, as well as youtube.com/River Radio PB.
We are back with the Ozark Foothills Conference Softball Tournament on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Is the 7th and decisive inning as the Clearwater Lady Tigers are playing against the Greenville Lady Bears. Of course, Clearwater trying to keep this lead. They're up 3-1.
Can you imagine what it would be like, Sean, if we, back in our day, you and I are about the same age, and Can you imagine if we had the streaming available back then as we do today, what life would have been like for us?
It'd been nice.
I'll say that. The fact that these kids get to be showcased and you can watch it from in your home, wherever you're at, I mean, it's awesome. It's a really good thing to do, and I'm just so honored that we were selected by Nathan Walk and Chris Hahn to come out here and set up. And you're off of vacation a day early. I had a Bluff baseball game. We got through that. I got back here to help out for the second ball game. You're doing phenomenal, by the way.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
You should give yourself a big pat on the back.
I need to scratch some of the sunburn.
I'm not going to give you a raise, though. Here we go.
Greenville up 3-1, one pitch, and that's going to be through the infield. That will be a single.
Good job there by the shortstop. Trying to go backhand there, and it still was hit on the screws and got out to the left field area. So Greenville has a leadoff runner on. Nobody out, runner on first base. They still lead 3-1.
Brianna Despain with the single there, up by 2, trying to extend this lead here before we get to the bottom of the 7th. Riley Hurt pitches. That's going to be outside for ball number 1, pitching to Kayla Hill. Hill has 2 singles for the game today, as well as a pop out in the 3rd inning. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. That's going to be flown down the right field line, but will get out of play for strike number 1.
No balls and a strike here as we are in the 7th inning, coming up on 8 o'clock here tonight. You're watching live coverage, exclusive coverage of the OFC Softball Tournament here live on today's talk, KWOC. There's a shot up the middle. This one gets out for a base hit. Greenville's going to round second, and they've got runners on the corners now with nobody out here in the inning.
As the ball gets passed on the throw to third, she's got it at home.
Now that's a huge play by Clearwater. That's a bang-bang play. They took a bad case and made it a great case. And now there's one down, runner on second base. But the most important thing is, Sean, the score stays at 3-1, and nobody else scores as of yet.
Yeah, Despain thought she'd gotten a gift with the error on the throw to third, but was knocked out at the plate for the first out. Runner Kayla Hill does advance to second. 1 on, 1 out, 3-1 is your score as Laramie Blackburn steps up to the plate, trying to give herself an additional insurance run here. That's going to be strike 1 on the outside.
Tell you what, we're watching Greenville play here and Clearwater, but I want to talk about Owen Shear for a moment, the boys baseball player for Greenville. This one goes foul. He had a devastating ankle injury and a foot injury during the OFC basketball tournament and couldn't play. Good to see him back on the baseball field. He played today, got a couple of hits, made a couple of big outs in the outfield. Glad to see he's recovered and back playing ball.
And it looks like the umpire called that first pitch a ball, so it's 1-1 is the count.
1 ball, 1 strike. Got to get it right, Sean. You made me look bad.
Well, I'm making myself look bad because I thought he called. That's going to be ball 2. 2-1 is the count. 2-run lead for Greenville here in the top of the 7th. Possible final inning if Clearwater is unable to tie it. As here comes the pitch, and that's going to be hit to the third baseman right through her legs. That's going to get all the way to left field. The runner will not advance home. Runners at the corners, 1 out on the single by Laramie Blackburn. Mackenzie Hill, her catcher, will now come to the plate, trying to give her pitcher a little bit of extra help here in the top of the 7th.
Kelly Garrett says, "Let's go Bears."
Glad to have you watching, Kelly.
3-1, Greenville right now leading it.
The first pitch is outside for ball number 1.
Going through the comments right now on Facebook. It's a little bit difficult, Sean, whenever you're by yourself and you're watching the comments and trying to watch the play. There's a ball outside. The runner takes off as we thought she would.
Yep.
And now runners on second and third base with a 2-0 count.
Eliminating any chance of the double play, but Clearwater not wanting to risk throwing the ball into the outfield, giving up a cheap run. Runners on second and third, 1 out. Ball 3 as
you've got first base open. The next batter coming up after her. What's her stats like today,
That's
Sean?
going to be Cherish Stevens. She is 1 for 3 on the day. And that's going to be ball 4.
So maybe the game plan there all along was to possibly pitch around this batter and get to her, coming in 1 for 3. Now the bases are loaded, so a really big inning could be on the way for Greenville. And if Greenville is able to get any kind of runs, then obviously that's going to put the momentum right back in their favor.
Yeah, as Chair Stevens steps to the plate, you have to imagine, oh, that's going to be past the third baseman. 1 run will score. Here comes a second run. She rounds third, will come in uncontested. 2 more runs on the board for Greenville Lady Bears as Stevens with the single gets 2 RBIs. It is now 5-1 here in the top of the 7th inning.
Well, that's just a dagger right there for Clearwater. All the momentum now kind of sucked out of the air. The game is not over by a long shot, but Greenville still with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, Stevens advanced second. That's going to be right back to the pitcher for the out. She'll throw it to first for the double play. As that was a quick inning into the inning on the double play. It is 5-1. We'll be back with the bottom of the 7th. Can Clearwater come back to tie it? Find out right here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB.
Five to 1 the score. Bottom of the 7th inning. Winner goes on to take on the number 1 seed Donettes of Doniphan. Earlier action today, East Carter, they fall to Neelyville by a final score of 12-5, and that means they will now take on Twin Rivers that got a win earlier today. They won 7-4 over Naylor, and now in the semifinals, it is set, Sean. It'll be the first game of the day. It'll be Twin Rivers and Neelyville. That game could be very interesting. More on that coming up. Doniphan, Greenville, and I know right now that Doniphan is the overall number 1 seed, but I'll tell you this. If Blackburn pitches like she is doing tonight, again tomorrow, I don't see a scenario where Doniphan just runs right through them. It could happen, but I don't know if it happens if she is on her A game like she is tonight.
Yeah, of the 18 outs so far for Clearwater, 11 have been by strikeouts from Blackburn. She has been absolutely on fire. She's going to battle the 8, 9, and 1 hitters for the Clearwater Lady Tigers. They need 4 runs to stay alive in this tournament, but Blackburn has been a tough nut to crack. They almost did it. They did it a little bit in that 6th inning, had a help from an error or 2, but we're still able to get a run on the board. They need 4 runs now as we get ready as Jordan Patterson steps up to the plate to start off the 7th inning.
Still 5-1 rather. Greenville adding 2 more runs in the top part of the inning. So here we go.
That first pitch is going to be hit down the first base line, over to the first baseman, steps on the bag. 1 pitch, 1 out. That's exactly what Blackburn wanted as Patterson goes down quick. Coming up next, Aaliyah Barfield will step to the plate. She has 2 strikeouts on the day so far. She's definitely going to be wanting to try to get a hit here. 5-1 is the score with 1 out. She is up swinging, but swings through the first pitch. 0-1 is the count.
Reed Jaco says, let's go Greenville. They are 2 outs away from moving on to the semifinals.
All right, here comes the 0-1 pitch from Blackburn. Swing and a miss, strike 2 as Barfield not able to get a whole lot done at the plate so far. She struck out swinging on both of her first 2 at-bats, is now down in an 0-2 hole. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike number 3, as now the Clearwater Lady Tigers are down to their final out in the form of McKinley Keister. She is currently 0 for 3 on the day today with 2 strikeouts.
Do want to say that tomorrow it looks like normal time for the tournament, 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock.
That's hit to third baseman. Throw over to first in the dirt. Unable to come up with it is the first baseman. Keister gets the single. Will keep the Clearwater Lady Tigers' hopes alive for Abby Cheney. She singled and scored back in the 6th inning. A valiant effort by Ruthie Greer, unable to.
That was a great stop and a great throw from the knee, by the way. That was all the way across the diamond and came up a little bit short on that, but still great effort. Runner on first base, 2 down.
Here comes the pitch. Strike right down Main Street. Cheney could not pull the trigger. It's now 0-1 as Blackburn is not messing around. She is just throwing strike after strike. She looks at her catcher, gets the pitch. Here it comes. That's going to be hit down the left field line, but will curve foul.
Down to their last strike here. 0-2, 2 down, runner on first base, 5-1. The winner moves on to face Donovan.
As Cheney now pondering what to do, down 0-2. This is Clearwater's going to dig out of their hole. They have to make something happen right here. Here's the 0-2 pitch outside for ball number 1. Blackburn wanted that pitch. It just curved away from the plate there at the last possible second.
2 balls and 1 strike here. Blackburn trying to punch out one more to end this game and move on to tomorrow.
Oh, and that hitter, that just rode too far in on Cheney. That's going to put the runners on first and second with 2 outs. As you know, Blackburn's mad at herself for that pitch.
And good job by the third baseman there for Greenville. She walked right in. The leadership starting to show here, settling her down, saying, hey, we got 2 outs. Don't worry about it. We're up by 4 runs. And now this game is extended. 1 more batter here in a 5-1 lead by the Lady Bears.
Here's the pitch to Scherer. That's fouled off to the left. If anyone has had Blackburn's number today, it has been Scherer. She has 2 doubles along with the pop out on the day today.
And I just saw the outfield taking a couple of steps back on each direction. Left fielder, right fielder stepping back a little bit. So they respect the batter. They know what's there. But here's the kicker. Even though you've got a good hitter up, these runners on first and second really don't mean much because you're down by 4 runs. So that's what Blackburn's trying to do right now is, cancel the noise and go right after her.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to do a double steal here just to erase force out opportunities. I thought the runner at second was going to take off for third. She got halfway down the line, decided against it.
1 ball, 1 strike here. Blackburn trying to send the Lady Bears to another game in the conference rather.
Here comes the pitch. That's hit down the left field alley, and that's going to be the left fielders under it, and that's going to be the ball game. Greenville gets the victory 5-1 over the Clearwater Lady Tigers. Greenville will advance to play the Donovan Donettes tomorrow in the semifinals of the OFC Softball Tournament. Fantastic night for Laramie Blackburn, over 10 strikeouts. I believe she ended up with 12, and will get the win for Greenville. That's going to do it for us here. For Frankie Castillo, for Tim Hicks, I want to thank you so much for watching us at the OFC Quarterfinals. We'll be back tomorrow with the OFC Semifinals. We'll leave it for you to watch the handshakes, and we'll see everyone tomorrow right here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. A big thanks to all of our sponsors allowing us to bring you the OFC tournament this year, including Christian Automotive and Tire, J.W. Walker & Sons Recycling, First Choice Insurance, Jason Bean, Russians Towing, Liberty Utilities, Barker's Towing and Automotive, Black River Shooting Supplies, Scott Law Firm, Mossy Oak Properties, Stan Bader, White Sanders Funeral Home, Colton's Cornell Trucking, Farm Credit of Southeast Missouri, Hester Trucking, K&A Roofing, White's Truck Repair, Southern Care and Comfort, and Redneck Garage. Coming up tomorrow, we have Twin Rivers taking on Neelyville and Greenville taking on Donovan for the OFC Softball